Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on Wednesday morning. It is Fed Day. Joining us in studio, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
And macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
On the big screen, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. I could feel it in the air tonight. We're going to get some fireworks maybe next couple days.
Yeah, you know, we say it's Fed Day, but it really feels more like earnings day to me, just because we got Microsoft, Meta, Google. That really is the focus. I mean, with certainty, we know Fed's cutting rates. They don't have government data. I think that's going to be something we talk about this morning. We'll see what they say about that. Shai's been talking about how job cuts have been coming across from some of the major companies. You know, I mean, that's about the only data we've really had in terms of jobs, which we know has been a major focus. We did have the CPI number, which came in cooler. Again, I don't know if it was cool enough to derail anything, but we'll wait to see what they say. But we'll get to all of that. Shai, anything in the news overnight?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first, I want to go back and say, as far as jobs data is concerned, ADP is not going to release a weekly report instead of their once-a-month report. That is a cumulative of the rolling 4 weeks before. So they will have that job data out. They did have numbers. It came out yesterday at plus 14,250. So we will be getting ADP data weekly now on a rolling 4-week basis. That said, so the Fed will have some sort of idea. But all right, that said, moving on, we have NVIDIA set to be the first $5 trillion with a T company as AI bets boom, which is incredible. So we had the shares rallied 3.5% yesterday to $208. They're up again this morning in pre-market, of course, indicating that the NVIDIA will cross that milestone when the regular trading session begins. We had Wang announced a flurry of new partnerships. There was a tech conference yesterday. It was a veritable who's who in the industry. It was every tech company on the planet. I went through them all yesterday afternoon. So that is also helping kind of spur this rally. That said, right now, this is my feeling. Right now, the market is willing to kind of take a longer-term perspective on this AI market right now as far as spending versus revenue. And I think kind of to keep this rally going, the money spigot will have to remain open. These companies will have to keep spending. But I think these tech giants are going to really have to start showing substantial returns on those investments. And so far, really, we've only seen revenue from cloud-based computing companies. So Microsoft's Azure, Alphabet's Google Cloud. That's why their earnings tonight will be very important, because if we have any kind of disappointing growth from those units, that would likely raise some questions about the AI trade. And so, again, those two companies in particular will be heavily watched in earnings after the bell today. Moving on, we have Trump this morning says he's reached a deal with South Korea. Both sides have agreed to apply tariffs at a level that wouldn't disadvantage their semiconductor industry compared to their main competitor, Taiwan. So we have the U.S. will continue 15% of across-the-board tariffs, but they have cut tariffs on semiconductors and rice, beef, and other agricultural products. And also, South Korea pledged $350 billion in investment in the U.S. $200 billion will be in cash, with an annual cap of $20 billion and $150 billion in shipbuilding projects. So we have that. Markets seem to like that deal. Prelude to Thursday's meeting with Xi, as everybody's expecting some sort of fantastic, wonderful deal with China tomorrow. Then we see looking at the S&P 500, S&P sees the longest streak above the 50 DMA since 2011. In 2011, the S&P 500 stayed above its 50 DMA for 130 trading days. We're at 125 days, and the largest streak was February 27, which ran for 149 sessions. Analysts are saying we kind of are in a danger zone for another sell-off. It wouldn't be surprising if we saw a drop as much as 10%, so not too severe, but there may be a pullback soon as markets remain very frothy, so just something...
God forbid.
I know. And then we're also nearing historic extremes in the fact that the S&P 500 currently trades 13% above its long-term 200 DMA, which is, we saw that in 2000, the prelude to 2007. We saw that again in 2010. And other pullbacks that we've seen in the market. So just something to be aware of. Caterpillar beat estimates today. Caterpillar is kind of considered a bellwether for the U.S. economy because it's deeply integrated in construction, infrastructure, mining, energy, etc., transportation. So that was interesting. They did report a little bit of headwinds in their earnings compared to last year due to ongoing tariff impacts, but energy and transportation linked to AI data center build-out demand and infrastructure activity was up. It's up 5% pre-market this year. And last but not least, Bill Gates has done a 180 on us, right? He is known as the doomsday climate activist. He wrote a paper on Tuesday that basically turned around everything. He says climate change is a serious problem, but it won't be the end of civilization. And he thinks instead we need to strategically pivot from focusing on the climate fight to focusing on fighting poverty and preventing disease.
Yeah, I see like a shock-faced emoji on him. I mean, this guy he's something. Well, what is another surprise? Great, geez, thanks for letting us know.
So we're
that.
not all going to die.
I appreciate that.
So good news.
Yeah, well, lot to take in from that. Craig, what'd you see overnight?
Yeah, yesterday was the worst market breadth for the S&P 500 on an up day in the last 30 years. 294 stocks down, 59% of the index. It was really, the story was AI, right? We've been talking about this bifurcated economy. The haves keep winning, the have-nots keep losing, and we have a bifurcated market, right? Anything that's tied in to the AI story, the AI CapEx cycle, continues to do incredibly well and attracting more and more capital. And things that are tied into the low-end U.S. consumer, that's struggling with labor market deterioration, no wage gains, inflation, continues to struggle. And you really see that. And I think yesterday you really saw a rip the Band-Aid off type day there with close to 4 million NVIDIA calls trading, stock up 6%, another 3% today, $5 trillion company. And the rally is not broadening out. The rally is narrowing. The rally is narrowing into this area, and it's clearly bubbling up. When is it going to stop? I have no idea. But you're seeing the bifurcation. You're seeing some of the dispersion, and the indexes are. The S&P was flattish yesterday, right? But we saw big gains in the tech stocks, and Russell was down. And I think we're going to continue to see the S&P is driven by zero data expiry, option trading, volume, are we in positive gamma versus negative gamma, things that are kind of very short-term focused. And then with earnings, you have all this idiosyncratic single stock movements that drive NASDAQ over Russell or vice versa, drive certain sectors doing better than others. And I think that game's going to continue. But today is incredibly important, right? Not only for the Fed, as you mentioned, but because Meta, Google, and Microsoft need to show that the profitability is coming and that the CapEx acceleration that they're delivering is actually going to generate returns. I mean, there's a bunch of charts going around about CapEx and R&D spend for these companies are going through the roof while buybacks and dividends are falling through the floor, right? So the cash flows are getting increasingly spent into this AI CapEx build-out story. Are the returns going to be there? We'll see. We get a great update today from these names, and they need to deliver because the expectations are high. call skew is high, vol is high on the idiosyncratic single stock names. So dealers are, it's expensive to buy calls in these names now. So they have to deliver.
Couple things. First off, the rallies always narrow in the focus when you have a bull market like this, just because at some point those other markets I look at and go, why own them? Everyone ends up going into the ones that are going to way outperform. As I learned many years ago, if you want to outperform the market, you got to own the outperformers. I mean, that's just the way of the world, right? And so I always look at that and say, is that really bearish? It reminds me a lot of the 90s, and that's what happened. The rally got really narrow because a lot of the names did fall off at the end, and the breath got really bad. And I remember that vividly. But again, it's one of those things where it's so hard to determine how much that really is going to matter now. I think that, again, this could go on for a period of time. And that's the whole problem with this is that, it does get narrower, but the money keeps coming in, right? I mean, and it gets interesting, right? Today is such a big day. Those three names, how much money they've spent in AI. That's what really derails it. Again, right, everybody, it's earnings. If earnings aren't coming in, then you could throw the baby out with the bathwater. Then forget it. It doesn't matter.
I mean, we had NVIDIA with 17 points of the S&P run up yesterday. 17.
Yeah.
That's,
It's
that's most of it.
1999, like very much so. I mean, we saw it all the time because, and the reason why I say that, it's not saying that I'm calling for a crash, but when we were looking in the pit, when we were told to look at 2 to 3 names, literally, my mentors were like, just stare at IBM, stare at Goldman Sachs at certain times. It was just like you stared at a few names. That was it. Nobody cared what the rest of the names were doing. So I've seen this before. And again, it lasts longer and longer than you think. And eventually, there's kind of like this move where, again, earnings is what changes things. Today's a big day. And again, it's not because of the Fed. It's because of earnings. But we've got a big Fed guest that we're going to talk earnings about with Joseph Wang. Jimmy, let's go to the market. Let's go to the tape, and let's talk a little bit about that. This morning, S&P up 18.5 bucks, 69.44. NASDAQ 26,281, up $1.17. Obviously, NVIDIA driving that. Russell is up $1.50, 25.19, and the Dow is up 55 to 47,950. Natural gas down nearly 2%, sitting at 379. Not really that big of a move. It's percentage-wise sounds bigger than it is, but natty gas down just a touch. Crude oil up just a touch, 1/10%, up 5 ticks at 60.19.
Metals.
Yeah, we're going to get to those.
Big story.
Yeah, well, I want to just stay on energy for 1 second. Again, not the story now, but again, you can't tell me with all this money being spent on AI that at some point energy doesn't become the story. And I'm going to say it over and over again. It's just not this year.
I've been pounding the table on it. It's
will
a
be
story
next
for
year.
2026, but it's going to be too late. Is the problem.
But those markets are going to light up. The way we're talking about metals, I think, maybe not necessarily in terms of price, like crude may not go, crazy, but I do think that those markets are going to be moving. They're just dead still right now. They're not doing that much. Gold up 57 bucks, 40.40 this morning. You've got Dr. Copper's at 521, up nearly 1%. Silver is up 2.5% this morning, up $1.12. To 48.45. Platinum's up 25 bucks at 16.11. Again, metals coming in, catching a bid. I looked at the chart this morning in metals. Every morning I look at, I go through the majors and look at it. Metals, again, they look like they have a decent top, and now they look like they kind of got a decent bottom. I think you're a two-way market. Again, fundamentally, the theme has not changed, but metals are busy. I think really good for day traders. Remember, there are micros in those products as well. We get to the bond market, a little bit soft today, nothing crazy. You got 30s down 5 ticks to 118.29. Ultra bonds are 123.16, down 7 ticks. Short end of the curve is pretty much flat. 10-year yield this morning comes in at 3.992. Dollars slightly higher against pound, euro, yen, Swissy, and I mean slightly. If anything, it's up the most against Swissy and pound. Pretty much flat against yen and euro. Bitcoin sitting at 113,285. ETH is at 4,014. Again, those markets are stable. Not really the story right now. I think that they will be at some point again soon. We'll see. Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight?
Yeah, I mean the equity markets, a cautionary note here. I mean, for especially for day traders who really kind of lean heavily into this regular trading hour gap, right? This is like what the fourth day in a row. That's not a good strategy always to say, all right, we're going to fill the gap today because you don't know when we're going to fill the gap today. And the thing that stands out the most is that Sunday night gap over the weekend, which is pretty substantial right now. So be careful in that thought process. But we're just and this is just a grind up. And as you pointed out earlier, Deli, this could last way longer than you think. And remember, we're going into the end of the calendar year. And all sorts of stuff happens between now and the end of the calendar year. Maybe we have that Santa Claus rally. Maybe we already had it, but that's something to think about. And then in January, a lot of folks who want to kind of harvest some gains and not have to pay taxes again until next year. That's when they start liquidating. So right now, it's just looking strong until it's not, and it's just rolling up. The other thing I noticed is, as you pointed out, that Treasury bonds are a little bit light. They're a little bit light today. I'm looking at that 119 handle. Are we going to end up above it or below it at the end of the day? I don't know, and I don't think it knows. But it actually it sold off a few ticks early this morning. I was kind of surprised at that. But we'll see if we get any substantive movement in the 30-year Treasury bonds. And then in gold, we actually, again, you talked about maybe we're at a tradable bottom. We actually gained open interest increased again by about 3,000, a little over 3,000 contracts yesterday. So it could be the fact that, all right, we're going to now it's time to start buying the dip and getting back into gold. We'll keep an eye on that as we go. But we're above that 4,000 threshold right now, and it's looking like it has some potential on the upside.
I mean, that's the thing, Jimmy, right? Is that the buyers aren't gone from the fundamental side of things. Shai and Craig have talked about this. That theme is still intact. But when you have a market that's got massive volatility, I mean, it's kind of what we would expect to see in stocks, but we're not seeing. See a 10% correction in gold. It was like whatever it was, maybe it was 12%, whatever the number ended up being. And I'm not saying it's done, but I'm just saying, again, you see it happens. Like it actually rotates, right? S&P and Dow and NASDAQ and well, not forget about Russell. They're kind of like that. But when you look at them, I think the biggest thing for us when I look at it is the big move happened earlier this year. And I can't say enough about this. And I almost look at this, and I don't know why this is coming to mind right now, but if you ever have experienced a hurricane, so it's a big storm, what happens is you have the lead up to that storm, and then it comes, and then you have this big event, and I've lived through several of them down here in Florida. And then after that, it takes all the moisture and everything out of the atmosphere, and then you get this clear weather for a long period of time. And it's kind of crazy. You go from like this buildup to this extreme, scary event, and then all of a sudden it's clear skies for as long as you're just like, wow, you forget that it almost happened. This is what I look at with tariffs this year. And that's the problem. That's why I look at this year, at the end of this year, and go, man, there's so many people that got derailed during that storm that this is just chase into the end of the year type scenario. And again, it just they don't go away that easily. There's too much there.
Yeah, typically what ends these parties is a Fed tightening cycle, right? The Fed looks and says the economy is too strong, inflation is too high, and so we need to raise interest rates to throw the party, to end the party. What do we have now? The exact opposite. We got the Fed cutting rates into this environment because the Fed is managing or believes it's managing the economy for the lower part of consumers who are struggling and is seeing the deterioration in the labor market, part of which is cyclical, but a lot of it is going to be structural because of AI, and saying, well, we got to cut rates. And so, yeah, the dynamic here that the Fed's going to upset the apple cart is, maybe going to be challenged. I mean, the question will be this afternoon, how does the Fed think about financial conditions being this easy? Stocks are the highs, bonds have been rallying, the dollar's been weak. So, financial conditions are very, very loose. How can they really justify this idea that inflation is going to return to target? I think we'll hear a little bit from Powell this afternoon just saying, what they believe on that. If so far they haven't really cared too much about loose financial conditions as a, deterrent from them cutting rates. But given these bubble-like conditions, I mean, he's going to be asked about it, right? He's going to be asked about NVIDIA. He's going to be asked about the CapEx cycle. Is it a bubble? Not. And, he'll skirt around the issue, but more people are going to be focused on the fact that financial conditions are so loose. How does cutting rates really help, low-end consumers here? Is it really going to bring jobs back? Is it really going to stymie, the declines in the labor force? Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, 100%.
Yeah, I think his presser is going to really matter. I think the QT thing will matter. Whether they announce that they announce it this meeting, but maybe that doesn't start until the beginning of next year. I think that's really going to matter. I think his tone is going to matter because, he, in his last speech, was rather dovish for him. And so I think let's see if this is a hawkish cut or even a more dovish cut. We'll have to see, how big are the concerns about the labor market, et cetera, because we have heard big announcements of layoffs in the tens of thousands. I mean, these are not small job layoffs. And so I think that'll be very interesting to hear what he has to say about the labor market and the concerns that AI are going to take over jobs. I mean, we talked about yesterday that they're looking to replace junior bankers with AI. Yeah. And so, that's a lot of, especially the lower end of the age spectrum.
Yeah.
Right? Are the kids in college, right out of college, are finding it very difficult to get a job in this environment.
Yeah. No, I mean, Shai, do you have the earnings projections for today? Because I think we should talk about that a little bit. If you don't have them right now, we can go back to Craig. Yeah. So, Craig, again, expectations today. Let's talk about Fed scenarios a little bit. I know that you guys are going to be on there later. I know we're going to talk about this, but let's talk about the lead up into it.
Yeah. So the 25 basis point cut, we're getting that today. And, we have like a 95% chance of a cut in December as well, 25 basis points again. With respect to the elimination of QT, I think more and more there's been a few sell-side firms who believe it could happen today. I'm less sure. Powell said earlier this month it could take a couple months. So I think we're more likely to happen at the end of the year. So we'll see. But that could be some disappointment. But really, for the Fed, the lack of data just kind of allows them to say, yeah, we see the labor market deteriorating. We're more likely to remain loose. We're more likely to think about cutting here, and into next year. And look at the reactions that we've been getting from, stocks that announced layoffs, right? UPS announced layoffs in their earnings. Stock was up 15%. Amazon's announced layoffs. Stocks at the highs. Companies are announcing layoffs, and the stocks are going higher. So if you're a company now, you're thinking about the end of the year, and you have some ability to cut some jobs, you're going to do it, and you're going to get a favorable stock reaction. And so that layoff momentum is going to continue into the end of the year and into next year. And structurally, given all the AI, hiring intentions are just not that good, right? There's just really no rush to hire right now if you believe the productivity gains are coming from AI. And so Fed's in a tough spot because is it the case that cutting rates is actually going to arrest the labor market declines before it leads to more inflation, higher inflation expectations, a weaker dollar, asset prices keep moving higher, and then the Fed's kind of sitting here in the first quarter of next year and inflation's reaccelerating again? Then what do? I mean, with Trump pushing the Fed to cutting and Powell out the door, the Fed's not going to be raising rates, but really, things can get out of control, much more rapidly than I think anyone realizes.
I agree with that. Shai, thoughts on, or not thoughts, but what are expectations for earnings today?
So obviously, beat across the board. We have for Amazon, we have the implied one-day move on earnings is 5.55 to 6.37%. So a rather large move expected on that. For Microsoft, because these two are going to be the biggest because of their cloud computing. The AI cloud computing is expected. Implied move on earnings is 4 to 4.5%. So Microsoft, not as much. Huge move expected on Amazon. And then let's see on Alphabet. Also cloud computing.
These things are going to be market movers after the close today, everybody. I mean, no doubt about it.
And then you're going to have a ton of options trading in all of them today, and then again tomorrow, right? Based on the follow through and how much gamma. All these names have negative gamma too, right? And so if they beat, stocks move higher, dealers are chasing, they're buying up today, tomorrow, let's say after the numbers, and so the option volumes of the next 3 days are going to be off the charts.
End of the month.
Yeah.
You've got Fed today. You've got 3 of the top 5 biggest companies. What's that, Shai?
And a month. And so for Google, implied move is 5.6% to 6%. So
that's a big move for them.
moves expected. not as big for.
I mean, these are, multi-trillion-dollar companies, right? So you think about, Microsoft, whatever, $3 trillion, a 5% move is $150 billion in market cap swing. So if that moves up,
crazy.
if that moves up 5%, you're going to have to take that money out of somewhere else, right? And so that's where you get these dispersion trades, right? That's where Russell underperforms. And then look, if these things all underperform, then you're probably going to get a Russell outperformance, right? Because not all the money's going to leave, but these stocks will be down, and so the money will rotate somewhere else, and then Russell would outperform in that environment. So, it's going to be wild.
Yeah, that's a great point, too. We got to end it there, everybody. Big guest coming up. You have Joseph Wang here, and, of course, we're going to have Kane, Leo, and Stowe trading the open later. But before we get to all of that, it's about that time, everybody, for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the daily candle of the E-mini S&P, and I'll challenge anybody to say, what's the biggest candle here? It's that big red candle, and right above that, I have the words China trade. Don't forget, we have this meeting coming up, USA, China, and that could move the needle in addition to all this other stuff that we've been talking about this morning. So be careful with that. But, you see the slow grind up. You got some baby candles here the last few days. Intraday is where it's interesting right now. This, again, is right before an FOMC meeting, and sometimes you see this. We have a, kind of a nice point of control that was established after the open yesterday at 69.26, and now we kind of elevated our game, right? So now the point of control right now is around 69.39. So that's a healthy bump up. But if you look at these monthly Q levels, we have that 0 DTE call resistance and that 0 DTE gamma wall kind of framing the conversation here, suggesting this is going to be some resistance. We have a blind spot here from Mentor Q also. Their blind spots are pretty good. We have R1. So we have a few areas of interest up here where we saw sellers overnight. You can see those wicks kind of up there. We'll see if that continues. The upside, there's not that many targets, but we do have that JAX4. It's 69.60, then R2, then JAX1 is all the way at 69.75. So should we get a breakout past that 0 DTE gamma situation, then yeah, we have some targets to the upside. We're trading above VWAP right now, and on the downside, other than point of control and VWAP is targets in the bottom of the value area also, which is at 69.33. We'll round up a tick. You got that JAX2 level at 69.30, JAX3 at 69.25, along with the pivot, two areas of interest right there, defining the bottom of the conversation so far. And then you can go back down and get some 0 DTE high vol levels down here at 6,900. So there are some targets should we break out, and we might break out. Remember, last FOMC meeting, we did have kind of a baby body of a candle at the end of the day, even though we had a big wick down and a little wick at the top last FOMC. So keep that in mind as well. Let's do the same thing with the NASI here. I'm going to go over to the big NQ contract, and we'll pop this up. It's going to look very similar, of course. A lot of systematic price movement right here. There's the daily. I really had to draw a fib extension to get a target here on the upside, and I got that at 26,674. That's at 123.6 extension level right there. Within reach, sure it is. Intraday, again, we have that same area of resistance up here, that 0 DTE call and gamma wall. We also have the regular call resistance as well there. So 26,300 is resistance right now. We wick through it. We're getting sellers there. A couple of different times. Above there, we break on through. We do have R2 up here at approximately 24,403. Further up, we have a blind spot and that one-day mix. That one-day mix, should we get a trend day up, should we get a breakout to the upside, a strong breakout to the upside, then we could possibly see that 26,475 in the NASDAQ. On the downside, again, we're above that point of control. We're above that VWAP right now. I'm not sure it's the last we saw of this price, but we do have a JAX level there right above that, approximately 26,500. Below that, high vol level for 0 DTEs at 26,210, and then put support down at 26,180. Let's toggle over to the 30-year bonds really quickly here. My dad is going to pop in here in a second. Let me get my mouse back and under my control. So here we go. I mean, this is that target wick here. Remember, FOMC day. A lot of volatility happened. A lot of range expansion and then contraction happened on that day. Then we consolidated. Now we're rallying up again as well. So we'll see if we'll get a consolidation period after this is done. And right now we're kind of a little bit of a, I don't know, bearish engulfing if you look at the bodies and use your imagination, but still not a lot of movement, only 118.29. But we do have some targets here to consider as well. You can see we lost a VWAP pretty early this morning, about 5 o'clock. On the downside here, we do have previous sessions lows kind of sitting there. It'll be tough to break that 118.25. And below that, we really got to go all the way down to that 118.16 level to get that high vol level. That's that blue line down at the bottom, and then one day min right below that. I expect some big wicks in this market, so be careful. We do have previous sessions highs kind of defining the top of the conversation right here at 119.08, and there's that a London initial balance start of the day. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Joseph Wang today. He is CIO at Monetary Macro. He was previously a senior trader on the open markets desk at the Fed. He has written a book called Central Banking 101, and he has a website, fedguide.com, where he gives commentary on the Fed and other monetary matters.
Chat, good morning, everybody. Definitely go and follow what Joseph's doing. I can't wait to have him in here in just a second. Not only is he's got a great background and perfect guy for a day like today, but he's just a great guy to listen to. And so I'm excited to have him on. Let's bring him in, Joseph. Joseph.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome
Perfect.
back to the show. Great to have you here today. Let's just start off. Let's just get right into it. What are your expectations coming into today's Fed meeting?
Well, first principles, of course, is that the Fed does not like to surprise the markets. As Tracy has mentioned before, yeah, we're going to cut rates today. But I think what's interesting for the Fed right now is that they're basically flying blind, right? So the government has been shut down for almost a month, so they don't have any official data. Now, they've been relying a little bit on private data, but there's a story in the Wall Street Journal how they're kind of losing access to that as well. So at the moment, though, the market is fully pricing in one cut today and another cut in December. This is something they telegraphed at their dot plot the last meeting. Now, between then and now, we've basically had inflation kind of stuck where it is, a little bit better than expectations, but it's really been around 3%, higher than the Fed's target. But to be perfectly honest, not much higher. The unemployment data, as far as we can see, again, flying blind, but you can piece together things from state level filings and so forth, seems to be pretty much unchanged. Not great, but not clearly deteriorating either, notwithstanding the anecdotes we hear yesterday, a lot of people getting fired in Amazon, for example. So yeah, I think the focus for today's session, though, is going to be, like you mentioned, guidance, qualitative guidance going forward, but also whether or not they're going to stop their balance sheet rundown. So QT has basically been very slow for some time. It won't be a big step to just stop it completely. But that could happen this meeting, or they could telegraph it for it to take effect December. Personally, what I'm focused on the most, though, is what's going to happen to the composition of the Fed's balance sheet. So I think that's going to be the next debate going forward. Rate cut stuff, that's kind of in the market. QT ending, that's going to happen. But are they going to be, say, reinvesting more in Treasury bills, which I think would be somewhat high upward pressure on longer dated interest rates, or are they just going to keep things as they are? Are they going to sell their MBS portfolio, which of course would put upward pressure on mortgage rates? So I think that's the debate going forward and the next phase in what the Fed will be discussing.
So I want to start off with just following back on what you talked about. Like, the Fed doesn't like to surprise the market, and I agree with you. I think this Fed has been very transparent in that way. So today you also have a little caveat that's thrown in there. You have three of the probably top 5 companies, in the world reporting on this big AI boom that we've had, and we all know that is, boy, it should bring some fireworks. I know today is Fed Day, but kind of wondering what your thoughts are about earnings after the close.
I think earnings are going to be much more important than whatever the Fed is going to do. You guys did a great review of the implied volatility on the Mag 7. I mean, looking at the big indexes, it's basically largely driven by these tech companies, and everyone is really excited about AI. So I think the earnings for these companies are going to affect the direction of the market for the coming weeks much more than anything the Fed will say today. Honestly, the Fed is kind of boring now because they've kind of shown their hand, and without any data, there's nothing really that can change the market's expectations. So, but to be perfectly honest, we've gone straight up for a few days now. So I think there's a lot riding on what happens at aftermarket when the earnings come out.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Do you think the Fed is concerned at all to kind of cut rates in front of this kind of market? I mean, that's just adding more liquidity to markets. Do you think they have any concerns at all there?
So Chair Powell has actually mentioned a few times that no valuations seem high. That's not a secret, right? Everyone can see that. But from the Fed's perspective, I don't think they place that much emphasis on the price of equities. Now, remember, Fed's mandate is full employment and price stability. Now, when it comes to the stance of monetary policy, the way that feeds through to the real economy is not so much through equity prices, but through interest rate sensitive sectors like housing and like autos. These two sectors are important because usually people buy houses with financing, so financing rates are important, and oftentimes cars as well. Now, housing has basically been in a recession for the past couple of years. 6-7% mortgage rates just don't work. If you listen to the earnings calls of the builders, they'll tell you that it's not doing as well. They've been trying to buy rates down, offer incentives to move inventory, but looking at, let's say, new build permits and so forth, it's not doing well. So I would think that the Fed is more concerned about how interest rates affect the real economy, and if cutting rates, a side effect is setting equity markets to the moon. So some people get richer, and maybe that's not good for social stability. But again, when it comes to their mandate, that's not in their mandate. So if they can cut rates to kind of help employment, which is what they're worried about right now, they'll do it, even if it makes the equity market higher.
And you mentioned auto loans, right? We've seen a collapse of some subprime companies or them going into bankruptcy. We have, speaking of which, we have Carvana this afternoon after the bell as well, which is a whole nother question itself. So is this kind of stress in the credit markets, do you think this is broader based and this is just like kind of the beginning cracks in the surface, and how concerned is the Fed, and are they looking at this?
So I view the cracks in the credit market as very much localized. Like if you look at big broad market indexes like credit spreads, they're pretty tight, right? If you look at what the banks are saying when they report their earnings, their loss reserves are fine, broadly speaking. Now, I think it's more idiosyncratic. For example, Tricolor, that big auto lending company that went bankrupt, they were kind of specializing in lending to illegal immigrants, right? And the president has a different immigration policy. He's enforcing immigration law, and if your customers get deported, that's kind of bad for business, right? So, but stepping back, broadly speaking, over the past few years, what we've seen is that auto prices surged during the pandemic, right? And so, in a sense, a lot of people bought cars that were overvalued, and so I can think that that probably plays a role in their decision to walk away. And of course, you do have some softening in the labor market as well. So I think it's pretty localized. I don't see it being something that's systemic. I'm sure that the Fed does pay attention to that, but it doesn't seem like the damage that we see is large enough to be systemic, large enough to be having a big impact on monetary policy.
I want to go over a couple of scenarios with you today. We know that the Fed is cutting rates. I mean, we don't know, but we know, right? So following that, we want to, we're going to be focused on what kind of language comes out of the Fed. And I want to talk about market impact. Obviously, we're going to be watching gold and bond market to be watching very closely. I think equity market, I think we all kind of agree, it'll probably move on what the Fed does a little bit just because there's going to be volatility, but really what happens after the close is going to be the key. What are some scenarios? What are some things that you look at that would have impact maybe directly on gold or the prices of the short end of the curve or long end of the curve or even the dollar?
So from the Fed's perspective, it's pretty much priced in. So I think it's kind of hard to upset that. I mean, some people do hedge the FOMC event. So if you have some volatility contraction, that's usually kind of a upward impetus. Now looking at let's go by asset according to the list you mentioned. So for gold, as we know that it kind of surged a little bit and it looks like it's in a consolidation trend. I personally would like it to see the 50-day moving average looking at spot gold, but it's looks like it's stabilizing a little bit, up a little. So if the Fed were to say something that's super dovish, maybe we have more descents for 50 basis points of cuts, that could have a upward pressure on gold. But I think that's more of a tail end scenario. And the same goes for the dollar as well. I think so I would say that there's three scenarios here. So the vast majority, most likely scenario is that the Fed just cuts and then just says they're data dependent. But I think it's pretty good chance that we'll have another dissent. Governor Myron is probably going to dissent 150 basis points. There's an off chance that he could convince other people to join him. If that's the case, I think that would be very much a dovish surprise. And so that's going to be perceived to be dollar weak, good for gold, good for equities. Now, I think a more hawkish scenario that I think is less likely is that they do make more progress in how they're going to have the composition of the balance sheet. And maybe they say that going forward, we'd like to have a balance sheet that is more treasury bills. And maybe, we have more people who are thinking that maybe we could potentially sell mortgage-backed securities to get the balance sheet to an old treasury portfolio. Now, these are tail risk scenarios, and they'd have, I think, a pretty negative impact on the bond market, and that could feed into the other assets like the dollar and gold and equities. But for the base case, though, I think it's the most likely case by far from my perspective, and I expect the FOMC to be pretty boring. And like you mentioned, it's all going to be about the Mag 7 earnings after the market close.
Shai, any final questions, thoughts for Joseph?
So, yes, I do. A lot of people kind of have been talking about that there are kind of some liquidity or signs of stress in the treasury markets and with the repo. Kind of talk a little bit about that and what's going on there and what is kind of this to-do that everybody's talking about and worried about.
Yeah, so over the past few months, the Fed has been slowly shrinking their balance sheet through a process called, quantitative tightening. And what that does is that slowly draws liquidity out of the banking system. The Fed wants to keep doing this until they have just the right amount of liquidity, except that they have no idea just what level that is. I mean, they have models and they have, guesses, but no one really knows. So the way they try to monitor this is to look at market prices. And one of the things they like to look at is repo rates. Now, their thinking is that as liquidity becomes more scarce, and you can kind of see this with their RRP facility slowly going to zero, that maybe that will put upward pressure on repo rates, and that could be the signal that we should stop shrinking their balance sheet. Now, over the past few weeks, we've seen repo rates rise pretty notably, oftentimes trading above interest on reserves. And that is the impetus for many market commentators calling for an end to quantitative tightening. And that could happen this meeting or it could happen next meeting, but it's going to happen very soon. One thing we can think about is after this, they're stopping the shrinking of their balance sheet. Do they go forward and just keep expanding again? And that's actually my view. I think that very soon, shortly after they stop QT, they're probably going to have to be increasing their balance sheet again, simply because a big driver for sucking out liquidity in the financial system is the tremendous amount of treasury issuance that U.S. Treasury is doing. Now, when the Treasury is borrowing $2 trillion a day, they need a lot of people to finance that. And so they kind of suck out all the money. And so they kind of need the Fed to kind of continue expanding its balance sheet to indirectly provide money to finance that. So the Fed is in a tough place. They're basically losing control over the size of their balance sheet because the Treasury is just borrowing so much. So I think that's from my perspective, a high possibility. Probably not this meeting, but maybe within say a few months.
Joseph, we've just got a minute left, and I want to ask you, what keeps you up at night? Like, what is the market concern? And we always know that there could be some geopolitical event or something that's out of our control. But what in the current market structure, or what is something that you're looking at out there right now that you go, this concerns me?
Well, we're going parabolic, right? And we've all seen the story
right.
before. Like, for example, just a few weeks ago, we saw gold, right? Basically go parabolic. And guys, we all do this for a living, so we know when this goes up and up and up, you don't know how high it will go, but it will inevitably be followed by very sharp drawdowns. And we saw that in gold, we saw that in silver, and it looks like the equity markets are taking the same step towards that, right? Just keep going higher and higher. And one day, and we don't know when, don't know why, because of the fragility of all the leverage built into it, we're going to have a sharp drawdown. Now, what I'm worried about is when that comes, how deep it will be. And because so much of our spending, consumer spending is driven by the wealth effect, whether or not that will push us into a recession. And then you kind of have this runaway train to the downside. So I think I understand the president likes the stock market higher, but I feel like it's unwise to pump it so much higher because you get credit on the way up, but you also get the blame on the way down.
Yeah. And we have to end it there, Joseph. Everybody in chat, go and follow what Joseph is doing on X. He's one of my favorite follows, as you can tell from listening to him here today. He helps the traders that aren't in his world understand his world. It's great to see someone put common sense into some of these thoughts too, Joseph. I really appreciate your insight always. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, Tracy. Happy trading.
Yeah, I just like him. He's just, again, he looks at things in a way that are comprehensive for all of us,
for
right?
everybody, yeah.
You know?
And he has a really good way of explaining very complicated things in a very easy to understand way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could tell by his following, and that's why so many people like Joseph. Final thoughts going into the morning.
So quiet day as far as data is concerned. We've got crude inventories. So the big event is going to be at 2, and then right after the bell. And so we'll see how the morning goes. Might be a little boring. Kind of hurry up and wait for the Fed. Don't
get yourself in trouble.
Right.
Yeah, don't diddle in the middle, as they say. Yeah, the afternoon guys, trade the close guys are going to have a wild session. And you never know. Sometimes before the Fed's meetings, there could be some activity. And with NVIDIA doing what it did last night, and all of these stocks reporting tonight after the close, you could get a bit busy morning session.
And one more reminder, too, I'm sorry, why I'm thinking about it, because this happened yesterday. Realize throughout the day, 45% of the S&P 500 is reporting this week, and it's not all big tech stocks. So during the day, we also have a lot of earnings from some sizable companies. So if the market moves, it's not necessarily headline driven. It can be because some of these earnings. So also be aware of that.
Yeah, and we will be watching in chat for that. Thank you so much, Shai.
See ya.
All right, everybody, let's bring in Farm. I mean, dude, is it Halloween week? This is what it is. You know what? Yesterday, at first, it was funny. I'm like, why is he wearing a Superman costume? I'm like, the dude is losing his mind. And now today, now I know you're completely gone. I don't even know where to begin. Shai's over here cracking up. Thank God that we got our mics to a good setting where she can't hear. She can't even believe what she's saying right now. And are you an ass? Is that what you are? You're a donkey's ass, aren't you?
I would say good morning, Deli, but it probably isn't. Probably isn't.
You are a piece of work. The week of Halloween, I mean, boy, I got to tell you. I mean, where do I even go with this, everybody? I don't even know. Chat, if you don't hit the like button and hit the subscribe button, I don't know what to tell you. I've got nothing else for you. You can't come up with this stuff. I mean, this is not planned. I have no idea he's doing this. We better get up to 250 likes at least out of this with 600 people in there. And we had Joseph Wang. We go from Joseph Wang to
Eeyore, yeah.
To whatever this is. I don't know. What is this? I mean,
Eeyore,
this is
come
unbelievable.
on, man.
Not everybody can do
You
this.
seen Winnie the Pooh?
Oh, man.
Hey, look, any excuse to give my kids a chance to chuckle and laugh in the morning is good. So you can share in it. That's fine. Happy Halloween week, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, the range that we have on this show is that there's no one got to upset it. The range is unbelievable, right? It takes a special kind of people to pull this off. All right, let's go to the charts. Let's take a look at gold to start. I mean, this is just it's even hard for me to rein this in right now. I got to tell you. So let's look at gold. Okay, a couple things. When I looked at gold this morning, 34 period moving average, 821.34. Looking at those, we went back down there. We held it, didn't get a daily close below it. I said 39.95. I've had this area boxed off for a while since back in here. And they continue to hold it. I think this is really going to be your range in gold for a while, and we're actually more on the bottom end of the range than the top. Today's a Fed day. Expect some volatility in it. As usual, I mean, gold's volatile every day. It's Captain Obvious here, Delhi, of course. But when I look at gold right now, I look at this area and go, this is the range that we're going to be in. If I start seeing daily closes back below the 34, which is roughly 39.55, and then that would be below my neutral area of 39.95. That then brings in the possibility. I love it when PAX's quarterly pivots in the same level as mine. So roughly 37.85-ish is going to be an area to watch for down below. That's an area I will look to be a buyer. You can go back and look at that's where this consolidation was before this big move higher. I wouldn't put it past gold to go back down there. I know earlier I said it looks like a decent low, I think, for today. We'll see what brings the next several sessions, but gold rangy in here, but watch outside this box, man. It could be a big move lower or another big move higher. I want to pull up the bond market today because Farm's going to go over equities, and I want to pull up the 30-year, and I want to talk about that. Watch the long end of the curve today. I mean, this is the part of the curve that the Fed can't control. It'll be very interesting to see what the Fed comes out and talks about today. We all know that the Fed is going to cut rates. Then we talk about the statement and what's going to come out after that. What does the path of rates look like? What does the Fed see in the economy that maybe we haven't seen? We have not gotten government data. They haven't gotten a lot of this data. I think they get the same data as us. I'll let Tracy and Craig talk about that and chat a little bit more. I'm sure they've seen some things that maybe people on the street have not seen. Nonetheless, be curious to see what their position is and what this looks like. The bond market, to me, it looks very interesting because the way the bond market looks right here, sitting above the 8-day, sitting at the top of this range, boy, if they were to start to rally today, man, I got to tell you, it could just be a big move. I mean, 120.23 is next resistance I have, which is way up there. I'm not saying they're going to get there, but I think if you start to see a rally come up in the bond market today, I would not fade that thing. And you know what? What does that do to equities? If bonds on the long end start to come down dramatically, what does that look like? Because technically that's what it's set up to me for a rally. A break means nothing. Maybe the Fed gets a little hawkish in their statement, which is possible. Bond market comes down, rates uptick a little bit. I think in the scheme of things, it means nothing. It's just a range-bound trade. But boy, if we start to rally, that move could have legs. Those are the two markets I'm watching today. I'm not going to be doing much in equities. I haven't done it in a while. I'm going to wait to see what happens after the MAGs, 3 of the big MAG 7 stocks report after the close today. Boy, what an afternoon it'll be. What an after the market session it's going to be into tomorrow. We'll wait and see. Farm, let's see. What do you got inside the tape?
Yeah, I tend to think that earnings matters a little bit more than what Jay Powell has to say. I mean, the market knows he's going to cut. The market knows that either QT is ending today or, next meeting probably today. But earnings to me tend to matter, and people losing their jobs tend to matter. I've said for a while, I don't think like inflation is really top of mind for investors, but people losing jobs and therefore buying less stuff, and therefore companies, earnings shrinking is bad, and obviously like CapEx boom and AI, if that slows down, like that's bad. The market otherwise is going to do the market things, right? And we saw, and we talked yesterday, but we had a 6-week breakout. I mean, this was a 6-week consolidation range that we broke out from, and all of us on the Sunday night show, we're talking about this, and it's like, I mean, you can't be short. Very constructive, and you can just see the very obvious uptrend. It's going up and to the right. Now today is FOMC day, so like, what kind of F around and find out are we going to do? And it's important to zoom out, big picture on days like this, because things get very, very volatile, and the 5-minute can do very silly things, and not get too bearish or bullish on any given candle, right? And so for me, I mean, biggest picture, as long as we're sustaining above this breakout level, it's broadly very constructive for higher. So that was, the absolute top of that range was actually like 68.12, so like Friday's low. I mean, we technically could come all the way down there. We could even fill this gap, and like it would still be broadly constructive. So is it going to be as simple as like just up only and we just trend higher all day and then JPOW comes out and we just keep going higher from there? It absolutely could. And that speaks for itself. There's nothing to do but hold on to your longs and, let them run. If there is a little bit of fuckery, then, we still, again, big picture, are very, very constructive. And so what I do is I look for like, okay, well, I've got a few checkpoints within the developing profile. And I start to look where a daily balance, a multi-day balance might form, right? So once you take out a prior day low, you form a balance. And we've seen a lot of days since the end of 2023, maybe 12, where we get their engulfing candle, either intraday or on close. And then the next day is just piss missile, right? Just right back up. And this is a setup where something like that could happen, either intraday or even if we closed week. It still could potentially do that because we could come down and we could rug all of this. I mean, we could take the whole range of this week and still rally off of that because it is such a big breakout. So I'd just be very cautious. Like if there's, some bearish momentum that comes into play, you could be short on short time frames. That's fine. But I would just be a little bit cautious of thinking it's time to, swing short for the moon, right? I mean, to me, any kind of a short at this point would have to come from much, much lower. And it's important to, to me anyways, to force sellers to prove that. So again, big picture, above like 60, let's call it 6,800 round number, way down there, broadly constructive. My little checkpoints, at least interweek. So, I deleted levels because like to me, you could call it 69.20 and 6,900. 69, I've got 21 and 69.01. Those are just kind of like little checkpoints for me to monitor progress of how, intraday developments are doing. And to me, we could come down and tag either of those spots and then form some kind of a consolidation range. And you can just kind of picture it, what it might look like in your mind. If I just use my cursor here, we could build this out above 6,900. It could just build out above 6,921. And honestly, like I said, we could still come out and box this out above, the overnight low from Sunday. And that would still be broadly constructive. So, that to me is a big picture. The same can apply to NQ. I'll flip over real quick, I guess. I tinkered with a few levels, maybe slightly less clean. But the same idea. 26,100. We've got yesterday's low at 26,008 3/4, whatever it was. All you do when you take out a prior day's low is just form balance on the daily, and that's not bearish. That's not changing trend. That's neutralizing or pausing trend. And as you know, and especially on an FOMC day, we could come down and we could do that and then go all the way back up. So those kinds of things are entirely possible. So I usually don't trade a huge ton on FOMC, if at all. I'd rather see, if and where we form some kind of a multi-day balance and then look for trades tomorrow after earnings. Because again, I really feel like earnings are going to be a lot bigger deal than what Jay Powell has to say. Obviously, we'll have volatility on what he says, but I'm definitely more concerned about earnings. And then I will touch on gold because we touched on it yesterday, and we had that nice low overnight that I mentioned. Basically, just formed a multi-week balance, and so we've got 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and this is week 4. We could fill this out further, but I think that's a nice balance, honestly, in terms of like a technical balance. And so we are starting to work back up last week's range. This is constructive as of now. It's above the spot that I mentioned yesterday, this kind of 40.13, 40.27 spot. So that looks constructive, but it's FOMC, right? So kind of don't count your chickens before they hatch sort of thing. But it looks very, very constructive to potentially have a low in place. For me, the trade would be, first of all, if we do close this week strong, then next week I'm going to start looking for the potential to just take back this whole move. If we sustain above this week's high, there's going to be some spots in last week's profile that'll be key. But to me, the trade might be next week. And then similar to that, or I guess on the flip side, really, we could come in and potentially take out the lows of this now 4-week balance, and then start to reclaim back up the range. And it's just basically the same idea. So I mentioned on the Sunday night show, what I was looking for, or what I would, like to see, would be gold to take out last week's low. It did, and then close the week green, working back up last week's range, which thus far it's doing. I mean, who knows with FOMC? But I will definitely be looking for tradable setups here, and as long as this low is intact, I'm probably going to be leaning towards the long side just to see. I mean, you have to separate sort of intermediate time frames from like your 5-minute candles, right? But I mean, if I see a good entry on like an intraday basis, I would like to favor the long side as long as this low is in place and 30-minute structure is looking constructive as it is here. If we start giving back these prior lows, then like, no, I'm not going to take a look at it. But for me, I am open to front running the potential to close the week solid, and then maybe come in next week and see how that goes. So I'm neutral to constructive, I would say, on gold. It obviously depends on today. It's a big day, so don't like to take too many predictions or guesses there, but that's what I see.
Yeah, what's interesting about today is that you've got the Fed, I think, is going to directly impact what we're going to see in the bond market, what we're going to see in the gold market, the dollar. I don't think it's going to be too busy for equities until after the close. I mean, equities might get a little bit of action, pre-Fed and at the Fed. I definitely could see that being a possibility, but the way they're positioned, looking at your charts, looking what I'm looking at, and just this whole market environment, all eyes are going to be on for equities after the close. But again, don't sleep on what gold and bonds are going to do on a day like today with the Fed, because those markets are going to be set up to move. And I agree with you. When you look at the way that gold was, I talked about it this morning. I mean, gold made a decent high last week, and then now they made a decent low this week. And so you can expect a lot of volatility in there, but because the upward momentum is really on gold's side, that a washout lower on the Fed that doesn't take out a low, and you find some key levels of support. I still like gold on the long side just because it just has so much of that big picture momentum. Farm, where do I even begin to close this out today? I mean, it takes a real special kind of someone to come in and to throw a costume like that on and then have sexual innuendos in his pricing, talk about piss missiles. I mean, this is, again, the range here is it's really it's something to see. I'm sure that everyone in chat feels the same way that I do and say that we love you, buddy, and I know your kids are getting a big kick out of it, and it's just so much fun. And I love when you derail me when I come in and I'm just like, what am I looking at? Is this a mistake? But you're the best, man. Everyone go follow Farm and check out what he's doing on his Substack. Check out what he's doing on X. I will see you next time, whenever. I mean, who knows? I don't even know what to say, but I'll see you soon.
We'll see you, Dilly. Take care.
All right, everybody. Well, next up we have Leo and Kane. And in my ear, we didn't have Kane right away. And I think what happened was that Kane, he doesn't like to be showing up on these streams. I'm almost wondering, did he run out to his local store out there in the UK and get a costume? I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of curious. He likes to be the center of attention. So we'll see what he has here. All joking aside, though, my two guys, Leo and Kane, always so much fun to watch them talk about order flow labs and the lab. Let's get ready to trade the open with Leo and Kane. Oh, he doesn't have a costume on. I thought for sure you were going to go and do something like make up something.
Sorry, do you know what actually it was? The time zone shift. I'm so used to coming on here at 2:00 and it's now 1. So I was like, I've got an hour. I'm chilling. Leo's texting me like, yo, where are you? And I'm like, oh, wait. Oh, yeah, okay, my bad. Let me run upstairs. So, yeah, it's my bad.
Leo, I thought for sure. And they get in my ear. They're like, well, Kane's not here yet. I'm like, he's seeing Farm. He wants to come in. He's going to, he's who knows what he was going to come in with. I mean, I figured that's kind of what he was doing. He likes to, showcase himself on the network, but we love him for it. Leo, we talk about all these different things today. We've got the Fed. We've got earnings afterwards. I know you two stay really focused on what it is that you guys are doing, But you got to acknowledge that today is going to be a day where you're going to get a lot of ebbs and flows from this stuff. I mean, we're probably going to be even getting push and pull this morning from those stocks that are leading up into the earnings. And we know that the Fed is the emphasis. We haven't had data in a while. Everyone's waiting to see what's going to happen with the Fed. You probably got a little bit of a thin tape. Any thought go into that, whether it's position sizing, whatever, coming into a day like today?
Yeah, for me, it's just, stay nimble. Never want to get married to any trade or any position on a normal day. And this is an extraordinary day to just don't really have an opinion, follow the tape, go follow where the market's going. And I know that sounds like, oh, well, duh, you should do that every day. Well, you should do it especially on today. And for newer traders, honestly, I would just stay out of the market, watch, observe. There's a lot of, crazy things that are going to happen. Just like you said at FOMC, after the bell, a lot of traders may not have much edge in those type of moves. So for me, it's just stay small, stay nimble, don't really have a strong opinion on anything, and just stick to, core setups that I have.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best advice you're going to get everybody. And I do think that new traders likely should be sitting this one out. Go to sim, go and learn from a day like today. I mean, I don't know how much you're even going to learn. You're going to learn that you're probably not going to want to trade these days. And even if you miss a trade that was a winner, so what? Move on from it. Kane, same question to you. I mean, we know all these things are cross currents right now. We know that everything is coming later in the day. We know that things are coming after the bell. What's the mindset coming into today?
I'm anticipating a slow morning. So with a slow morning, I guess just patience. But at the same time, I'm just really aware that indices are shit right now, and most of the volume and attention is on gold. So over the last few days, I've just been really looking at gold, and these super small moves on gold pay a lot. So for me, that's kind of my focus right now. In terms of the Fed decision and the fact that we're all-time high and that we've gapped up twice, probably 3 times now, like I just have no interest in indices, and this is something that I feel like I have a grasp on most of the time. And I would say, I would echo Leo's comments. For like a new trader, I know a lot of successful traders that are just finding it hard to get a position on in indices right now because it's not pulling back. Longing highs is typically dangerous, and it's probably all going to happen at the decision today. And then you have earnings, which may just absolutely rip it back in the other direction. So it's a concoction for either a disaster or a massive, massive move in one direction, and that could be the same. And I don't want to put my money on betting on where this will go, so I'm out. Exactly. For that reason, I'm out.
I mean, 100%. I mean, I talked about it all morning. I said, right now equities are just, I look at them as they're out of play. I mean, again, if you have your short-term setups and you have something that you have, like if you have an A, B, and C setup, you maybe take the A setup, you take it small. If you make a little money, you lose a little money, you move on. Again, or you go to sim and you watch and you learn. I agree with both of you guys too. Well, I mean, I don't know, Leo, you didn't talk about trading in other markets. I don't know if you are looking at that, but talking about gold again, that's where the action is. There's going to be a lot of activity, I think, today in gold and bonds are going to be where really, to me, the focus is going to be. Equities, the bigger players. I'm a swing trader now. I don't trade intraday. I haven't touched equities in a while. You can't manage risk short or long. It doesn't matter what my bias is. Even if I got a long or a short, I look at the stops. I'm like, there's no the risk reward is just not there. So you basically take out the middle to longer term players here, and that's why it gets really quiet on all time highs, and it just gets tougher to trade because the wider your time frame, you're like, where do I kind of manage risk here? The S&P could drop 100 points. Does that really mean it's bearish? No, I mean it's like so it's just caught in this area. Leo, he said he's looking at gold. Do you? I mean, I don't know if I've asked you this much, but are you looking at any other markets besides NASDAQ these days?
Well, funny you should ask because I'm actually trading gold today.
Oh boy.
This is a something that I've fought forever. Is everyone's trading gold? I'm just like, yeah, whatever. That's the latest fad. Is everybody's trading gold? Well, I'm jumping on. I don't know. That could be super bearish for gold, uh, which is fine because I like to trade on the short side anyway. But yeah, I'm trading gold today. This is not something that this is not a market that I've traded on a regular basis, but I did enjoy trading it for the Arena Cup on Monday, and yeah, I'm just gonna see, just kind of learn how it trades, get its personality, and see if there's a match here. I've been married to NQ for a long time, and the indexes, like you said, they're tough to trade at all-time highs. They're slow, they're boring, they're not original. I'm looking to trade something a little more spicy.
So, Kane, I go to you. I mean, look at you're a NASDAQ trader that's starting to trade gold. Talk about that nuance. Do you find that there's some similarities? What's that experience been like?
Yeah, I actually, very, very, very small sample size, right? Because I've only really looked at gold the last week, like leading up to the Arena Cup. But it was like something that I obviously had to pay attention to because that's where most of the money was being made, and in my case, lost. And it's just something that once I had it on my chart and I loaded up my laptop every day, it was there, and I was just looking at it, and I would just mark out areas of, hey, if this trades here, does this, and trades off of it, then I'll get short or I'll get long, and it's paid for me, right? Like I trade these 4-hour highs and lows, and typically it's really good at buying up out of these 4-hour highs and lows, and then when we come into the opening time for gold being that 8 a.m. mark, is just like I can look at this before looking at indices, and most of the time, like I'm in a position now. If this starts to run, my invalidation for this is kind of that. Like I can't get long up here, so it's like short, capitulate, then potentially play along, and then I can put all my eyes on indices for if they do decide to play ball. So it's actually kind of suiting me a bit. Does it move the same? Not really. I don't really know how gold moves. I'm just, watching it move on a daily basis. Like, I don't know if this is big or small right now. It seems pretty big because it's up 1%. But at the same time, when this runs, it runs, as you can see here, it buys off these lows and just runs. And then it will do the opposite direction into around that 50% mark, which I love. So I'm a fan of the volatility. I'm a fan of the price action so far. Maybe it's a small time affair and NQ can sort its ways out and we can rekindle. But right now, me and NQ we're separated. So
Yeah, and look I really do think that there's a lot of nuance that's similar between the two products. I definitely think that they're different animals per se, but there is some nuance that's similar. I'm very interested to see how it looks for you, Leo. I'm curious to see your feedback as time goes by on it because looking at order flow within this, because you have a market that is not going to provide you that same feedback through order flow. I mean, you're probably going to get obviously looking for similar characteristics, but you're not going to have a tape that with gold as volatile as it is right now. You're probably going to get some more randomness that you would see in NASDAQ, where you're probably going to get a lot of consistency in what you look at NASDAQ day in, day out. Gold is one of those markets that where, one day the range could be 100, next day could be range could be 50. I mean, those are huge percentage differences in that move. And so that's where it gets like, I've always found that when I moved into metals or other markets, I'm like, the unexpected range is what really gets you. And so I'll be curious to see what you notice within the order flow. But again, guys, I'm going to be closing out here. I just want to let everyone know Arena Cup final qualifier number 3, November 3rd, next Monday. Get ready for Pax, Merritt, Nick for a Tick, Sarah Stratzyper, and Chris trading boxes. All are going to be in that qualifier. Again, final chance to get into the championship. I think there's like maybe a few spots left. An opportunity to come in. Your winner gets $8,000 in qualifier 3. They're giving away $50,000 in cash prizes, but it gives you an opportunity to get to the championship, which is on Monday, November 17th, where we're giving away $250,000 in cash prizes, $100,000 to the winner. You guys got to see qualifier 1 and qualifier 2. And here's the thing, guys. I talked about this when I was on with you guys right beforehand. It's not an easy challenge. Number one, there's a lot of markets. It's micros. You guys are used to trading, full contracts. You're used to trading one product. It's not it's not your normal characteristics of the way that you guys would trade. But what it did do, what I think is pretty interesting, is that Leo was able to see the volatility in gold in a sim environment, risk-free, and be able to then potentially say, well, you know what, this might be of interest to me. I think for all the traders out there, know that this is a competition. It's not going to be totally representative of exactly the way that these traders that are competing in it are going to trade. You're going in there, you're trying to win a competition in one day. So always understand that. But it does give you an opportunity to see how Euro's trading, gold, crude. And so, again, it could be a good learning experience nonetheless. So here's your chance to sign up and participate in it. Leo and Kane, great to have you guys here. Kane, glad to see you're feeling better, my brother.
Appreciate you, bro.
I'll be watching you guys in chat. Much love. See you guys soon.
Thanks, Deli.
Cheers, brother.
One thing I did learn on Monday is that I never want to trade 6E again.
Yeah, fuck that. Or oil. Sorry to all my oil traders.
Oil is just kind of an annoying market to trade. It's just like what oil does is it does nothing, sits in a range, and then all of a sudden, just like out of nowhere, for seemingly no reason, it just pumps or dumps like 100 points. Or $1, I guess if you're trading oil terms. I don't want to trade that mess. There's no flow to it. Deli was like, be interesting to see how you think about the order flow in GC. And that's the complaint that I've had with with CL in the past and 6E. I mean, I think you just have to mark your levels and trade them.
Yeah. I wanted to get long on 6E on Monday, and it pretty much went sideways, and then liquidated up into the close just like NQ did. And then I longed NQ basically just for the close and got paid for it. So yeah, it was a bit of a weird day. But someone will tell you
So you went Stowe style.
I went Stowe style, yeah, it was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel comfortable doing it, that is for sure.
Well, I mean, there's something about getting out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say this. I didn't take it that seriously, but people are obviously going to say that. But at the same time, it was a nice way to trade a different style than normal. But within the same breath, if I traded my normal style, I would have basically done nothing all day other than lose on gold. And that's just a fact. So, because then my actual style of trading didn't present itself in any other way on any asset, really. It was a really fucked day for me, but no excuses. Competition was a competition, and I lost money, so it is what it is. Good morning, chat. How are we? Good morning, Tracy.
Morning.
I'm short gold already. And I want to potentially add.
It was one day means nothing. You're correct, but to some people on Twitter, it means everything.
Yeah. I mean, look, some people are like, don't get me wrong, right? I literally just got tagged in a tweet from someone saying, I out traded these guys, and because they reached to 10%. I would say this: if you made $100 that day, I'm pretty sure you met the cutoff, because T-Trades made 40 something dollars and was just outside the cutoff. So yeah, it was a tough day, and if you made money, the people that made like $2,500 limited to 3 micros, they crushed it. By the way, that was phenomenal from them. So yeah, it was good. What did I enter on? I entered. What did I enter on again? I think it was this here, but I got into it late. Basically, got into it here, and then it deviated, and then I added. So, oh no, it was that right there. This 1 minute right here. Sorry. But I did want to add, but couldn't, and then fell through the open, and now I just kind of want to see it push. But 9:30 is what it is. Yeah, if you did 1K, you crushed it. I love that Kane trades gold now. Krebs, I've still got NQ up on my other screen, brother. Don't worry. I'm still flirting with it from afar. The market conditions don't suit me on NQ right now. And that's just a self-awareness thing. So I either don't trade or I look to trade another asset. And I think a lot of people are finding NASDAQ hard. And I will say this, right? It's really, really easy to wake up in futures and long every day. Because, whatever, but traditionally these assets don't only go up and they do have good corrections. And we haven't had a good correction on some of these assets for a while, I guess, especially intraday. If we zoom out, basically from April, we've only gone up. So, yeah.
Another Wednesday. Kane, do you do anything? Do you have any rituals for FOMC? Do you have any weird things that you do?
Not really, man. I just don't really care about it that much. Like I typically won't even watch the decision.
Yeah.
Because if I watch it, I'll be tempted to trade it in some way. Oh, this is clean, this could play, and it could fucking retrace the whole move, and then I lose money. And I learned that very early on. Like some of my biggest losing days were on the decision day. So I just typically very risk off. I either get a trade early doors and it runs or not. The best day I ever had on a decision day was I shorted basically London Open and they sold it practically into the close the entire day. And then I basically closed at like 3:45, right, to skip MOC. And at 4:20, Nvidia earnings came out and it retraced the entire move instantly. Like it wasn't even bang, just done. I was like, well, I sat in this all day to make that money, and the earnings just reversed the entire move. So that was my best ever day, but it could have been this. Like if I wasn't in a trade and was looking at FOMC, I probably would have tried to short some of that move in some capacity and got fucking cooked.
Right.
So yeah, so I just through habit, I just don't even look anymore. That's my ritual, I guess.
Interesting spot here on gold between 37 and 39. If we get up there, just tons of absorption, even above it too. But you'll see here, what I'm trying to set up is a footprint chart so I can start to map out, a setup that I look for, which is something like this, where you get a bunch of buyers come through, market doesn't go anywhere, and then pushes away. So like on this retest of this area, I would look for that passive activity to still be there. And so yeah, 3 tests of 37s to 39s be an interesting spot. And then look, it matches with the OR mid. So that's kind of a thing I'll mentally carry forward. But anytime I'm looking at a new market, I'm going to be pulling up the footprint chart and looking at the deltas so that I can see like how it behaves. Is it more like index where you get a lot of trapped activity like you do down in these lows, or is it more straightforward? And I think GC is actually a mix between, you have a lot of potential like not trap activity, but where buyers or sellers just get absorbed and just get kind of stuck, I guess you would say. I don't really like to use that term, but whatever. But then there's other times here, like in Q, or if you look at the deltas, it's straightforward. You know, there's buying and it just goes straight up. I mean, this is like a vertical move basically from 29 to 46, 20-point move, where you just get tons of buy delta and they're just pushing through every level. So that's kind of the first thing that I'm looking for.
I'm not really. I'm to be honest. I don't really like the move up on gold too much. I would expect them to reprice some of it and then get long off of some sort of mid. I'm not really, or should I say that 50% Fibonacci level. I'm not really looking for like this to die. And I know that the overall trend is a lot lower, but all I need is some sort of pullback into here. I'm in this. I've already scaled out some because, again, I don't really know how gold moves. So I'm paid on this, and these are just runners now. And I'm just going to see if I can potentially add back into it at any point, really.
Oh, you're still long gold? I guess I didn't catch that.
No, I'm short gold. Bro,
Oh.
you know what happened with me with the gold overnight. I tried to long gold. Well, I was long gold overnight, wanted to move up, and I'm not gonna point fingers at anything, but I couldn't get into my my trading system and reached some like limit somewhere, and it basically came back to me and a round trip like I think at its peak like 18K. So, and it basically just took me out break even. It went a lot lower. I think it went like I got long basically here, off of this move up, and then it came back, got me, and then ran. So my idea was to kind of play gold overnight. And yeah, it moved off, and I didn't want to see a deep retrace. I wanted to see a bit of a pullback and then a continuation up into that 4K level, like up here. And then it just took this next leg higher. So now, for me, I just kind of want to see the same thing. Do something like that.
Yeah.
Get long back off of this, like 410s, 405s. Oh, sorry, 4010s, 4005s.
We're starting to port over one of my favorite studies to NT, which is these green levels here. And for me, they've been really helpful. Just kind of giving you a bit of a bias. Basically, when we're trading inside of these ranges, you're just looking for like here, this would be, you know, a long down here, and if we get up here, it would be a short. If we break the range, then you kind of get a directional move usually. And so if these areas get broken, then you're looking for expansion. It's a mathematical based on you know, the volatility of that market. So, you know, gold has its own volatility market, and so it's just a you know, basic calculation. It's not a I know some people use something similar to this for like the expected move. This is slightly different than that. And I'm pretty excited about it because now it'll be on NT. And so you'll see a lot of us referring to the V range on the show. And that's these green levels. So when Deli was chatting, we were tagging this and I missed it. Missed that opportunity.
Wow. Sucks to suck. No, I'm kidding.
Sucks to suck. Absolutely.
No, I'm kidding.
Mostly slightly gun shy. Haven't.
Oh yeah, of course.
I'm not a
100%.
GC trader at all. So
You also don't know how much it respects you know, you build up these repetitions over time, right? So,
yeah.
and someone telling you, no, all markets move the same. Sure, go trade oil. Let me know how you get on.
Beautiful thing is that the markets in gold open at 8:20 Eastern. So if you catch a good trade on gold, you could even, you know, look at that NQ market.
It's exactly what I'm doing right now. I have
That's
gold
what
open
it's
on my
doing.
right, and then NQ's just kind of chilling as we go into the open right now. Good luck, everyone. We got a minute to the open. We need more Leo and Kane. We're here every Wednesday. Well, some of us don't obviously appear every Wednesday, you know, Leo.
Wow.
But it's okay because the next middle of November, I'll be gone and you'll be on your own.
I'll bring a friend.
Yeah, okay. Your friends outside of me?
I do.
I feel betrayed.
Well, you're not always here.
That's a lie. I'm always here.
You won't be here in 2 weeks.
I won't, you're right. I'm also bullish on gold. I already got most of my my profits off my short. I'm currently up $13,000 on gold on the day. So I'll take that. Wow,
You
thank
can
you.
finally buy me some of those glasses then.
Funny. Funny. Yeah, I will. Oh, I will.
Who won them? Do they love them?
I don't know. Who did win the glasses? I've forgotten. So
They're famous. I mean, you didn't keep up with them?
I didn't. In fact, yeah, no, I didn't. I didn't even get the people's contact details. The production dealt with it all. Kane's made a lot of promises about those glasses.
Wow.
Yeah, I have actually. I apologize. Shab wants a pair now. XY wants a pair. You want a pair. Everyone
Just give
wants
me
a
the
pair.
link.
No, I have to buy them. I can't give you the link. Secret.
I'll find them.
Chat, how the devil are we? Everyone well? We don't actually have an NQ chart up right now.
How's that for a change?
Yeah, it feels a bit weird. Let me put gold back over here so I can keep an eye on everything. And then I can put ES here and then NQ here. Wow, this is like the best setup. I get to watch all three at once. I've noticed recently that ES and NQ have just done opposite things at the open. ES went down
Yeah.
today, NQ just went up. And
Right.
now they're both starting to pull higher.
Order rejected.
Why is my order being rejected?
What are you trying to get into, bro?
Oh no, I was trying to put a limit TP, but my laptop that is currently managing my. Okay, that's why. Just copying things over on my Trader 8 so I can have my Trader 8 on the pin on my laptop because I don't want to get into a position where I can't close this trade for whatever reason, like yesterday. So I have my Trader 8 open on my account and it just said my order was rejected, but it went through and I can see it on TradingView and Trader 8. So it was just a sound bug.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. How many trades was today's profit on gold spread across? 2. And actually, I copy traded it most of those trades to my prop. So my prop accounts are also up a hefty amount today. They don't copy anywhere near as heavy, but
Well, they're really selling it right now.
I hope so. They can just sell it and sell it and sell it and sell it. Today's a gold stream. But I do have NQ and ES up on another screen on the left hand of my screen. You guys can't see it. But yeah, it's nice. We said like just earlier, it's nice to watch gold before the market open, and then you can kind of either get into a position, let it run, and then draw attention to NQES, which is typically the way I do it, at least. Indices not looking too bullish. Who's touching indices today with the decision later? Anyone? The indicator on the the candles on the right is the PO3 indicator from 2 degrees. This one is just one that T-Trades has inside of his model, which I use. I have them up on my screen. Darian.
Oh, let's see. I feel like there's a long setup here somewhere, but I'm just waiting for the right opportunity.
I would like to see a 25. What on gold? Yeah.
Yeah. They're selling it pretty hard here, and running into those deltas from earlier. But yeah, they're starting to get a little bit of movement. What I don't love is that, from the open, we had kind of a drive down. We sold off of this high volume edge here, 34 several times. I don't love that look for some type of long right now, but I might take a stab at it.
Yeah, I would like to see that like 4,000s and 3s, 5s, 6s level. Anywhere around there, really. Once we get there, I'll start to trail quite heavily.
There's the VWAPs down there of 04. All right, we got the push a new low.
Chat, can I just tell you one thing? When someone on stream is talking about their ideas for a trade, they're not normally talking about it for anyone's benefit other than their own themselves. They're just speaking about it out loud. When you see someone, don't do that, like, it's just a little bit annoying. I'm going to be honest with you. Because you can talk someone out of a good trade if everyone says the same thing. I'm just saying, it's not just you, though. Like, it happens like every day.
Yeah, and the chat's always right.
Yeah, there's like, and also we've said this a bunch, right? If you tell me you're wrong, I'm wrong, and then I end up being wrong, you're 100% going to come back and tell me about it. But if you are wrong, I never see you again. Like I never, like you, I never see you again. So it's only plus EV. So like, gold previous daily sweep and 4-hour sweep. Yeah, that was basically my whole premise here was. I'll explain my trade quickly, Leo, whilst just talking something. Is that gold kind of printed this candle, this previous day's candle. For me, this is still pretty bearish move down, right? if I want to play off of some sort of sell, I would like to see them reject it out of yesterday's high. Then you get yesterday's high and you get a 4-hour high, right? And then off of a 4-hour high, you also get an hourly high. Yeah. And basically, I go down to this level and say, I want to be positioned in this wick of all of these levels, daily high, hourly high, 4-hour high, as where I can. So for me, I'm currently in the daily wick, the 4-hour wick, the hourly wick, and I would like to be in the 15-minute wick if I can, because my invalidation's small and my stop loss is smaller, right? I haven't been going super low time frame on gold, so I've just been hourly, and then I'm going to 5 minutes, and I'm just looking to sell, like basically sell off of some sort of distribution off of this high, and then I drop to the 1 minute, and then all I'm really looking for is this area right here to hold. Basically, this last impulse that gets everything above, we down close, we see a retest of it, and it just keeps making these low highs, so I can just basically get in at any point here. And then once we get this drive down below the open, my stop was here, but I trailed it to above the open. And now for me, all I would really target is 50% of this move up, but it's not actually that it's not from there, it's from here. Right. And then basically I just find the low that I want to trade inside of this area, and it's right there. And then it's just basically that 50% mark. It's just that first low inside of that area. So for me, it's sell off from there and then pull back. And I would look to re-add on something like that, right? Re-add on something like that. And that typically would align. Again, I'm not doing this to the tick, but, 50% a high. And then what I would do is I would re-add when it does something like this, lower time frame. All right, and this is the area. And then I would just trail to here because my average entry will be here now. And then I would look to trade it to either that low or that low, right? So that's kind of how I framed this trade, and typically how I just trade in general. So I hope that helps. No, I'm not streaming FOMC tonight. Sorry. We did last time, yeah. No FOMC streams today.
You know who is going to be streaming it?
You?
Not me.
Stowe?
Somebody is.
XY?
Today is XY and Nick, I think.
Oh, XY and Nick. NVIDIA is now $1 trillion company after being up 4.4% on the day, Tracy tells us.
Jeez. NVIDIA. Monster.
I'll keep it a buck. The energy on Wednesdays mornings is not what it used to be. Yeah, I'm sick, bro. I don't know what you want me to do, to be honest. But
The energy. Bring the energy. I just missed a fucking great short there.
yeah.
See if it comes
5.
in again.
Why would I care what a random YouTuber chatter tells us? Yeah, I don't know. I'm an empathetic person, I guess. I'm going to start to trail this. I wouldn't want it to come all the way back. So ES is above its open. NQ kind of pushing a bit lower now. They kind of did start to do it just inverse each other. NQ went up at the open, ES went down, NQ's now pulling back, ES pushing up. Kind of telling me that they're going to do the same thing they've done all week, and that is nothing.
Oh, look at that. NQ just sending balance.
Oh,
Chop, chop, they say. Pending home sales is in 15 minutes. So that might get things moving.
the Bank of Canada decision. Wait, does that affect gold, or is it oil that Canada? I know Canada currency affects one of the commodities. Which is it, chat? I do not say, bruv. Oil, yeah, I thought it was oil.
Stalking a short here. I'm just not. Like I said, I'm a bit gun shy. This is not a market that I trade day in and day out, so I'm not totally sold that that we're going to see continuation here. But this is where I would do it.
Mm.
I know
Yeah.
that sounds dumb to say, but it is what it is. You get all of my thoughts, not just filtered.
Are we trading gold till NQ stops gapping up every day? Yeah.
Yeah.
We are.
That's right. I love all the stats people on Twitter that are like, oh, this has only happened 29 times in the last 20 years. And it's like the next day, a gap up again. Well, this has never happened before.
We are in uncharted territory. What's a good prop firm that allows you to trade index gold and currencies? Well, you can trade GC and most of the good major currencies on futures. So most futures prop firms.
Don't trade CFD, folks.
Yeah, don't do that.
This is about as good a spot as ever.
To short?
Yeah. I'm just waiting for wait for that right moment.
Yeah, I think it needs to re-go to the low if it's going to go higher, or this current low if it's going to go higher. So you get to get like I don't want to say free short because nothing's ever free, but it's a good area to get continuation out of. And if it starts to buy back up, you can flip on the way through. That's not my idea.
Get long after
yeah,
being short
yeah,
immediately?
yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Nothing ever good has happened when I've done that.
No?
Oh, there it goes. Fuck.
We're just
Okay.
wetting our feet. Don't worry about it. Don't stress. We're good.
I'm not. I mean, I talked about like the break of this zone and then for continuation, you want to get short up here.
My TP is currently in Narnia.
Narnia?
Yeah.
Does that mean 0?
Well, 400,219 .9. Sorry. If you want to see my TP, you have to venture through your wardrobe.
Just just gonna compress this time frame a little bit more.
Can I show the open, high, low, close stat map indicator on that hour and 4 hour profile? I would rather not, brother, for the simple fact that it just really messes up my chart, and I hate a messy chart.
What is stat map? Can you show me?
I can show you. It doesn't really work on gold, or at least I don't think it does. But
Or just tell
basically,
me.
it basically marks out a level and then is projections based off of that level based on data. That's really it. But like you can do it on the like, you know what, I will show the 4 hour and hourly just to do it. But I'm gonna take it off shortly after. So let me take off the daily. That's off. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to actually take off all of them because it's going to be fucking chaotic. Okay, so we just have the hourly one on now. And let me disable all of these. Okay, so basically it's saying that from the hourly open, that if this hourly candle is set to be bullish, it's most likely going to find some sort of low around this manipulation level. You can't see it because that's where my buy stop is.
Yeah.
So if it came out of here, you could use this as a confluence to target the other side. And if it runs, the average, basically it's like the average hourly candle movement on this day, on this month, over a certain period of time is this.
So it's taking all of the Wednesdays hourly candles
and projecting them.
Grouping them as an average and then projecting them forward.
Most, yeah, pretty much. And then
pretty logical.
And then you can do the same thing with the 4 hour. But it also works out like how far it opens lower, opens higher, and then goes in the opposite direction. So like the 4 hour open today, if we look here, the 4 hour open, chilled, spiked into this level, this 4 hour level, and reversed, and then came back down, and it's just now sitting around that distribution level as we approach 10. So how you could use this on a daily time frame is like you basically only look to engage either reversals around the manipulation, or you look to play continuations back towards the distribution or the manipulation level. So like the 4 hour right now is how I would use it, is if 10 opened here and I was looking at some sort of reversal off 10, if it spiked into the manipulation level and started to pull out of it, I would trail. And if it started to do this, then I would get out of it because this is most likely going back up here. That's kind of how I use it. But I don't really use the 4 hour whole bunch anymore because it's just a lot of information. We'll leave the 4 hour on the chart because I'm not really doing much with this gold trade and I can really focus on indices. But that's how we use it. Now would be a good time to like the stream. Just saying.
Would it? Would it be a good? It would be a great time to like the stream. I'm going to also give the stream a thumbs up myself.
Nice.
Yeah.
And if you're not already subscribed, you should be subscribed because you can't talk to us. So.
I mean, who doesn't want to talk to us, Kane, if we're being honest?
I would say based on some days, the general consensus is everyone.
Including my wife.
Including your wife, yeah. I think she hates us the most. No,
she likes it when I talk to you because she likes to hear your accent.
And you don't speak to her.
She asks a lot of interesting. She does ask a lot of interesting questions. She's like, "So Kane lives in the UK. Does he trade the US stock market?" And I'm like, "Yeah. Well, don't they have a stock market in the UK?" And I'm like, "I think so. Why doesn't he trade that?" And I'm like, "I don't know."
It doesn't move.
It doesn't move. Okay, there you go. That's kind of what I told her. But
Actually, I think it recently broke highs. The one futures, so it's not going to appear.
and then I was like, and she was like, well, when does he trade? And I was like, like normal hours, just later in the day for him. And I said also, but around 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m., like the U.S. markets get active because the London markets are open.
Wow, the FTSE's been moving a while, to be honest.
Look at that bull market.
Bull market in the UK, boys and girls. Whoa. When I stop buying it, it'll go down. It's just me. Oh,
Your
wait.
futures are not that liquid.
No, they're not.
A lot of you guys trade the DAX bond. Boond. Is it Boond?
I have no idea. I don't trade DAX.
Well, we got new home sales, pending home sales. Sorry, pending home sales.
Does this
in 5
affect
minutes.
gold? Does this affect gold?
I don't know. I mean, hey, I'm learning today. We're gonna watch and we're gonna find out. You trade DAX.
I know a lot of people that trade DAX, but it's not. It's not something that interests me a whole bunch. Kane should be a voice option on ChatGPT. No, only if they allow it to be like super offensive. Tom's always banging on about DAX. Tom's a boomer, boys and girls. Legend of a human being, though. Still a boomer in my eyes.
How old is he?
Nah, he's a bit older than me.
How old is he?
I don't know.
Because if you're calling him a boomer,
No, he's just been doing this online for like the fucking since the dawn of time. You realize, right? Like he went from being super helpful on Twitter to now just calling everyone a cunt.
yeah.
That's his thing. Great guy though. Like I'm not saying it in a bad way. Like I would only say the things that I say to him in DM.
Like NQ just took out the overnight high.
I also think it's hilarious, Aramis. He just doesn't give a crap what anyone thinks. And why should he? Yeah, NQ just took it out, and ES. They both took out everything. No, back to being all-time high. Who would have thought?
New all-time highs. Another new all-time high.
Another one. Yeah, I'm looking forward to waking up tomorrow to either writing off the day as, oh, FOMC and earnings took the market way higher. Let me come back in a few weeks. Or, oh my God, we can now trade this again. FOMC corrected the market and stopped its infinite bid. To which they will probably just infinite bid it back the next day. But yeah, I'm actually going to say this. If FOMC and earnings just take the market infinitely higher, I'll probably take November off. It's my birthday. I turned 21 again. Going to the Maldives for 10 days. I think I might just, add on a few days either side and call it a month. Why not participate in the uptrend? Because knowing my like Martin, when I buy the top, it's the top.
Somebody said, does your 5-minute or mid trade work on GC? And the answer is on a visual look, yes, it does. But I just text my quant and asked him if he could run the same back test that we ran on NQ for GC. So I shall let you know the results.
Is XY your quant, before people ask?
No, XY is the furthest thing from a quant that you could ever imagine.
He's a vibes trader. He's like, this feels good.
I grinded my ass off.
And listen, I will say that in front of XY to XY, and he will also agree. So for those of you that think I'm talking smack, you're just wrong.
Oh, you can talk smack to your boys. It's the whole point of being friends.
That's the whole point of being friends.
Yeah.
Is you can just talk to them
Yeah.
however you want. Trump says he's barred from running for the third term after weeks of speculation. I would hope that would be the case, that he can't.
Isn't water wet? Like, that's just like
That's
the
a
law.
law.
Yeah. He would just love to be president forever now. Thanks,
I'm
Tracy,
looking
there.
forward to hopefully a change in dynamics in the U.S. politics, but I'm not optimistic that that's going to be the case. Just like some candidates that are younger than 50, maybe. I would even take mid 50s to 60s even. Like, that would be a gift.
Don't they have to, again, forgive me, I'm completely naive on the dynamics and laws of who can and can't be president, but is there like they have to do a certain amount of work before they can become president?
No, they just have to be a citizen. There's an age minimum, I'm pretty sure. The age minimum is 45. But yeah, it seems like if you follow the last 3 elections, the age minimum is 70. 35.
Nick Fuentes for president. I don't think that guy will be getting into office anytime soon.
No.
Yeah, actually, we're in my in the hometown I grew up in, we had like a 22-year-old mayor. Like, he was like fresh out of university.
Really?
Ran for mayor and won, yeah. And he was mayor for like,
That's crazy.
he was mayor for like a good number of years as well. And then he got replaced by like some literal 90-year-old. No, I'm not kidding when I say that.
Wow.
Yeah. Politics is not that. The thing is that when you're young, politics. Well, maybe it's different now. There's a lot more people into politics now they're younger, but especially when I was growing up, and probably you were growing up, I didn't really start paying attention to politics till I was like cemented in the workforce for a good number of years.
Yeah, same. I just think, like, on balance, the politicians, the people that are representative of the people that they're representing, should be reflection of those people,
Yeah,
and
so
like,
the average age of a town, the average
it
that
certainly is not 80. I know
yeah,
that.
exactly. But like the candidate for that town, that whatever, should average out or whatever. Makes sense. 10 a.m. reversal on NQ. I'm not really looking to naked short all-time highs off of, 10 points of price action there. I mean, it kind of is the model, but like basically you basically resell that reoffer at 1250, 31250, but I don't know if I would want to just take it. I mean, it looks pretty good, but it already pushed 10 points lower. So 1250s, re-add basically 300s if it plays, maybe something like that. I'm about to get stopped on gold, so maybe we just pivot. And There you go. I got stopped on gold. Finishing up on gold, 13,000 on the day. Don't think I'm gonna touch it anymore.
You're not going to touch gold. Is it going to touch you?
It might touch me. It may very well.
Hey, talk dirty to me.
Whoa.
I love the clip where Chris is from that place. I'm from that place. Give us that one.
That one's the best one, yeah.
Yeah.
I am from that place where they have tacos.
Yes.
The best thing about it is trading view alarms are going off in the background.
Yeah. We sell this little low volume note again.
Is it at like 33.3?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the level I kind of had marked out previously. Okay, well, that kind of invalidates my NQ trade. Great idea, but kind of died. And by death, I mean 20 points.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I mean,
you did have died. I took it that overnight high and said,
see ya.
Peace out. Classic NQ stuff.
Yeah. We get rejection out of this low volume node. I would probably take it. Maybe. Ish. We'll see. I'd probably just add back in my runners.
See if we get any passive sell side absorption here. 33.
It's definitely an area I would like to re-offer out of.
I'm quiet. I'm stuck in a trade. So
No, I know. Don't worry about it.
really nothing to get me in that. Nothing to get me in there.
Straight up.
Seeing that positive buy delta from basically 24 all the way through 36. I mean, it's just very straightforward. You know, their buyers are lifting the offer and the market's moving for them. So I don't want to step in front of a train of buyers. The price would have to go sideways for a little bit for me to get involved into a short at this point. What time period do you typically look at from a candle perspective on your intraday trade setups, like your execution? And I use like time-based charts.
So like areas of where I want to trade, the 4 hour.
Mm-hmm.
My entry, like my bias is 4 hour daily, then the areas of 4 hour. Hourly 15-minute are like confirmation that I can be looking for a trade.
Yeah.
And then like 3, 5, 3, 1, 30 second, depending on different things, will allow me to get into a trade, basically.
So no 5 second.
I mean, I go onto it when I'm bored, like genuinely, like, and I'm being completely honest. I would like go down to the 15 second. Everything for me is like all about wicks, right? I know that sounds so dramatic, but it's like now in 6 minutes time, if gold opened up and created a new wick above this current 15 minute, that would be a new 15 minute, a new 5 minute. If it was trading above the previous hourly candle and this 4 hour candle is said to be bearish. So for me, I would happily look to, not happily look to short it, but the model would tell me that I can short it. Like those things align. But again, I don't know the data on gold, so I'm just trading the model on an asset that I don't really know if it respects it a whole bunch. So far, so good. But this looks like it's very much going for that high right now. Is this that 5 minute mid trade?
I mean, it's up there at 40.
Yeah, it kind of already played though, didn't it?
No, not really. I mean, it tickled the low and then came back and did it, but
Wait, but 820 is the open for gold.
yeah.
I mean, 835 definitely closed below that 5 minute mid.
Yeah, but I mean, just that's not really enough for me to qualify that trade setup.
No. Okay.
I mean, I would take it because I'm fairly of an aggressive trader. So like, but what we back tested, this would not have taken that short.
Yeah. Fair. Annoying.
Why is it quiet? I think both of us are focused on a brand new market, so we're just watching, trying to internalize some of the activity.
I'm also just trying to figure out if I actually want to short NQ or gold because the two kind of just, I can't do
I mean,
both.
NQ just tested that 5 minute mid from the other side, but that looks like a pretty strong reversal.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take it. There it goes. It's gonna break the OR low.
Yeah, and then it's cooked, which is a good time to buy.
Good time to buy.
Did it come up though? Kane, what do you think of the Prime Minister Starmer? I don't really care too much about him.
Let's see. I think I'm gonna just take a stab at the short here.
Yeah, I can't. I agree with you. I would just like a retest of like 34.3.
Yeah.
That's like the real area that I have in my head, but it's just gonna melt. But it looks fixed. When it runs, it runs.
That's the thing I think I've noticed like the most about gold is that it does give when it starts to go in a directional move, it gives a little more of a straightforward move, I guess.
Yeah. No, yeah, I don't think it really. It just like bids out of areas and then it rebids lower by the looks of it. But I'm not sure. Um, you're a newbie. Gold and silver moved together. The bounce on gold coincided with the 5-day MA bounce of silver, which I think is trying to reach 20-day MA, which may be resistance or not. Yeah, silver and gold are correlated. They're both metals. So typically the correlated markets move together. Gold, silver, NQES, YM, uh, RB and oil. They typically correlate direction wise.
This is a really late entry for me usually.
Oh, yeah, normally in,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, I'm normally in I normal would prefer to be in much about 6 points higher. So that's fine. I'll take that stop out for a couple of points. I think I probably need to adjust my stop too. I think it's too tight.
NQ literally ticked the OR low and brought back up.
Did it?
Mm. Mm. We'll see. Gap fill time. I can imagine they're gonna gap fill everything with FOMC if they're gonna do it.
All right, so I'm at 30. Oh yeah. Dude, I have a 2 point stop in here. No wonder.
Yes. How many are you
Go
selling?
Just two. I use 4 points here. The average rotation in GC is 20.
Yeah, that kind
It
of
looks like a double. I'm short 3.
the fucking front ran my entry by 2 ticks. No, I'll leave it in. I mean, NQ shorts are just looking so good. Whoa.
We're definitely selling it right here in 31.
Yeah.
I just need to see if they can, sellers can break this little area right here or not.
Jesus.
Trade GC, they said it moves. They said
I mean, it did move, to be
it
fair.
did move.
It gave us a good 20-point rotation lower back
Yeah.
up. So, like, it is moving. So,
that's the other thing about trading a new market is just getting used to how it moves.
oh, yeah.
Did you say you're short NQ?
Trying to, but it's, oh, it's not playing ball right now. I'm trying to get short at like days, basically.
Mm.
This is my trade idea on NQ. I kind of missed it, but it's basically just this 3 minute, this old high runs, relowers into the low. Right, I'm in NQ.
I just took one on a GC here.
Took one off.
Yeah. I was in 3 accidentally, so just
Makes sense.
they keep buying it right in these 30s range.
Yeah,
What do you guys use for stopping in GC usually? I mean, I think 3 points is a little tight, but
I am my stop on this right now would be basically 3 points. Yeah.
in GC.
Yeah, but I'm only adding in back my runners, so I'm not too stressed about it. I'm going to be short NQ and short GT in a second. I don't know if I like that. Oh, they're really, really toying with that entry.
Where?
34.3. I'm in both now. It's going to only go
NQ
one
looks
way.
better than GC.
Yeah, NQ does look good. Let me bring up ES over here.
I went down to 1 in GC, and I'm gonna adjust the stop a little bit just to give it a little more room here. I don't want to get taken out of just like standard, chopping consolidation.
Where's your stop? Mine's at 37.3.
35.9.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if we go up there, it's kind of toast anyway.
The idea, I guess, is like if we start to push, whoops. If we start to push, I'll add back the one, so I get back into.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Looks like a lot of people are short 300 NQ.
Oh yeah.
I don't hate that short, honestly.
No, I'm currently short both.
Mr. Worldwide.
Me
Yeah,
shorting everything to zero.
shorting everything.
Yeah.
I just looked over at ES and
It looks
it's
bad.
literally just in the middle of a fat distribution. Hilarious. We're currently in an abusive relationship, so I'm seeing. Oh, Nick's in a abusive relationship with ES, so he's trading DC now.
Makes sense, to be honest. Go on, NQ.
ES looks like it just wants to go. Wider stops help me profit with gold.
Yeah, makes sense. It's very wiki.
Even worse than NQ, you think?
So far, yeah.
Just put on less size and use bigger stops.
And also, like I feel like I get slipped more in GC. Like, because I have a stop above a high. When it runs above a high, it doesn't run like 2-3 ticks. Here runs like 6-7 ticks, and it just stops me out in the upper echelon.
Yeah.
I don't want to see NQ rebid out of this low.
Done.
Because I'm in two positions here, I think I might have to just put this NQ trade break even, especially considering it's the one I'm a little bit less confident in. I'll eat the fees on it though, if it comes back there.
And where in NQ?
Yeah, 98.5. I would have loved for it to take this low first, the 75, 76 low, but it's rebidding out of this and it's not telling me a pretty story right now. So I'll give it a chance to tell me I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, great. If I'm not, I'll scratch out of it for fees. I would welcome some like insane dollar news right now.
I was just looking at a 60-minute chart here in NQ and just from the week open.
Up only.
Up only.
Mm.
Only ups.
The funny thing is, my P&L actually hasn't moved since NQ started going up because gold has gone down. So I'm kind of just hedging right now. The reason for those that are probably potentially asking why are you going to scratch NQ over gold, I'm not expecting any sort of serious move on indices until FOMC really. So I'll take it, give it a chance to run. It ran a little bit, bid out of an area I don't want to see bid. Like visually, it's just this, right? Like everything's just slowly bidding up.
Can we
and
slowly make GC go down?
yeah, we can. This is basically what it does. Just slowly grinds, and then you'll get a pop. There you go. I'm out of NQ. Scratched it pretty much for nothing. Now we're just
The crude oil inventories just came out for those who celebrate.
whoa! All your heating bills are going up. You dirty dog, NQ. You naughty, naughty boy. Took me out and now reversing again. I'm still really not interested in it though. Now gold is going to fuck me. I think that is a telltale sign that the day is done for me.
Where are you short gold?
34.3.
Okay. There might be one thing that I can do for you gold traders is make this market not move at all.
Oh, good job.
You're welcome.
Why would you do that?
Nick and I will definitely bring any market to a grinding halt.
See, now I like gold even more, especially if it can come out, pull back from here. Pull back from here. Break below here.
And Q is a guy? Question mark. I think it is. Q's a guy.
No clue.
Could be a girl.
Could be.
Well, there's one thing that's certain right now. There are lots of sellers at 42, at 32.1. And if they get rewarded for that selling, I will be happy.
Same. If they don't, though, we're cooked.
I will just get stopped out.
I don't know. This is, I like this setup. Pull back, take all of this, drive it into the 4 hour open. With the hourly open down here. Yeah.
I mean, it's there for continuation play. You know, we had to
Yeah, it's a great
push
continuation.
lower, pull it back, consolidating. You know, you want to see this go lower.
Sellers come back from lunch. They're like, oh, wow, we got even better spot to sell it. Sell them all.
But, oh, we got the same prices we got this morning.
Let's hit it twice as hard.
They are. Look.
Are they? Oh, let me
Look
load
at
up
all
your
the
screen.
deltas there.
Oh, they are selling it. The bad news is if they don't get rewarded, someone knows something we don't. Well, someone knows something a lot of people don't.
NinjaTrader, do you guys have a special FOMC panel today that the chat would be interested in watching, or was that already covered? I'm assuming they probably talked about it this morning if there was going to be one. But it seems like every FOMC we have a special panel. Starting at 2 Eastern today. Special at 1:45. Okay.
Whoa.
Who's Jim?
Actually,
who's going to be on?
It's 1:30. Wait, it's now. I'm kidding.
1:45. I will be tuning in for sure.
Do I have a minimum risk to return ratio to any given idea? Well, I don't want to bet $500 to get 500. I want to get more of my money. So, I would say 1 to 1.5 to 2 ish. That's like the area. So yeah,
Stowe's going to be on today.
it's gonna be trading it. They say.
That'll be exciting.
It's so funny. Jim and Tracy's message is the exact same. Me, Jim, Chai, Craig, and Stowe. Stowe's going to analyze the Fed data. Oh, there's a number on my
No
screen.
way.
There's a number on my screen. I'm going long.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
That would be funny if Stowe did the macroeconomic take, and Tracy had a scalp NQ.
I'd watch.
I would watch it. Yeah, I want to see it. Let's make it happen, chat. I know she does. I want to see it.
If Tracy looks at an oil chart long enough, the oil chart starts asking her where it should go.
Like she's the Chuck Norris of CL.
She just points at the chart and she goes, just continues going. Seems like it was a good cover on NQ from me. ES looking a bit weak here, and gold is finally breaking down from this consolidation that we've been.
Don't say it too loud.
Okay, so gold is probably gonna get bullish again from here, and I'm actually actively looking to buy this spot. Because when we say that, that's it. You know. So today I was lucky in the right cover. I could have covered gold and held NQ and ended up with pie on my face. Long gold. I hope for your sake you are wrong. I'm kidding. It's like, again, the same argument can be made, right, from this area. There's a redistribution spot. This could just redistribute and do that, which tells me I should pull this down. Slippages around 2 ticks, 3 ticks. I'll cover that for some fees. And now I got out of my runners and I got back in with a better entry and I'm in the same trade from earlier. Whoa. How's it looking on the tape over there, Mr. Tiger?
After all that selling, just kind of more of two-way.
We need the two-way.
Actually, my target would be a new low, and then I want to watch what happens there.
Yeah, my target's still that 4,000, basically 4,000 level. 5 points
Yeah.
either side.
It's like the idea here is, we have this kind of made a high, and we opened this morning, sold it, made a low. Now we pulled back for continuation. This is a continuation trade. So, ideally, I want to see this low get taken out, and then I want to observe what happens when that low gets taken out. If they just, slam it and bid right back up, I'll probably get out and then see if there's a new entry, new setup kind of available. I'd use this green reference for sure.
Yeah. Your green reference being your V range?
Yeah, it's the 22.9 level.
Is that Fibonacci level?
No, sir.
Oh. I thought you were about to tell me it's the 50%.
The classic 50% Fibonacci.
I'm just trolling you, to be honest.
Can I share my workspace? Yeah, sure.
Thank you, bro. You're such a nice gentleman, aren't you? We should ask the chat for at least 91 likes. No, 81. I'll settle for 81 likes.
I'll settle for 80. Just, front running Kane.
Okay, when we get to 499, you can give away your gold workspace. That sounds fair. But only to Jose because he asked so nicely.
Well, he's an OFL, so
I
he
know,
can actually use it.
I know.
Anyone else I share with, it would be unusable.
Kane, give away a pair of glasses. You didn't even say please, bro. If you just said please, I'd have considered it, but that's it. It's off the table.
Now, the other kind of interesting spot here with V range is that it's also the IB low and last week's low. So if we do bid out of here, it's going to suck because I'm not going to maximize, the profit on this trade. But I'm willing to kind of let this trade play out. And if we do just kind of, rebid this low right here at logical, support, it sucks, but that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Hopefully, that is how gold crumbles into $4,000. Kane, please give away a Rolex Daytona. Sorry, no can do. You're gonna need to ask XY. XY is the Rolex giveawayer. He gives away Rolexes.
He gives away Rolexes?
Yeah, you just have to ask
Holy
nicely.
shit.
Yeah. Who's on after us today?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Guess we'll find out.
Let's keep hitting the like on the stream just so that we can steal the likes from the next streamer, which is most likely.
I'm gonna go with Stowe.
I'm gonna go with Nick because I think he's in the title of the video. Kane only gives away APs. That's only to you, Deli. Why did you tell people that? It's not Nick. Okay. Why is Nick in the title? So
It does say Nick, doesn't it?
does. Oh, you're trading FOMC later?
Oh.
Oh.
Well, who the hell is on next? I bet it's XY.
I think it's XY. Production, is it Stowe? It's Stowe.
Dang.
We guessed everyone up on Stowe. We started with Stowe as well. It's Stowe. Well, that's definitely still the likes because he's gonna steal the show. So that's still the likes. Oh, go on, Gold. Can you play the new low would be encouraging from Leo?
Please.
Please.
Let's see if I can do a Stowe impression. A new low would be encouraging.
So good. So good.
Such a great clip. I was just gonna say if I wanted to maximize like this single lot trade, I would cover it right now. And the reason being, we're at that support I mentioned. We're at the IB low. It's a natural for this market to, well, not this market. I'm just saying, like, it's a natural inclination for buyers to come in here, given the fact that this is last week's low, 420. We made a low here, so buyers may try to bid it from here. I'm not trying to maximize this one trade in a vacuum necessarily, because I'm just learning GC. I want to see, I want to see this trade through and then, use that for data. Like, basically what I'm just trying to understand is, do we get lots of good continuation type of trades so that when I take this same type of trade again, if I hold it versus cut it right there at that spot, what's the best move? Like, 100 times out of 100 times. Because I want to consistently do the same thing when presented with that same scenario. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the WTF GC got going on for sure. And I also, there's something that I talk about this quite often. There's something much more engaging for me to internalize what a market's doing when I have a bit of risk on, because you could just say, oh, well, Leo just covered the trade and watch. Well, if I did that, I probably really wouldn't pay attention.
Yeah, I agree.
But because I have risk on, I'm paying attention. I'm more actively engaged with what's going on. And so, that's kind of the reason that I want to keep this trade on. Would you add if we reject 28? Not really.
What I like to do is especially with gold recently, what I've been doing is like say I'm in 3 here and I would add a level, I would just mark the level and just put like a -3 on it, like, and then I would just be like, I would have added 3 there, and then work out where my position would be, and then be
So just
like,
like mark it like that. Like
I'm
here's
basically
where
like
I would have added. Yeah.
hypothetically trying to say this is what I would have done, and
Right.
then I'm like, okay, I'm in -10 there, and then I would just basically categorize ads or a different color and map positions, and then just see like, okay, what would I do here? Should I trail my stop? Should I do this? Because it's like they're like on trades where I would want to add. On NQ,
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't mind adding because it's like I know it. On gold, I'm like, I could really fuck myself here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, you're already engaged because you have a position on, and you're trying to play out. You're not trying to hindsight it. You're trying to, visualize what you would, what you might want to do in the next time.
Yeah.
Good morning to all my cattle traders. Good morning. Good morning. What's cattle done today? Anybody got an AT chart up? Oh, damn. NQ took a massive,
All right. Whoa. Come on, don't rub it in. I covered, and now this.
Cattle sending it after getting bled out last week. Nice.
Something ironic about cattle getting bled out. I mean, they're just reading that comment. It just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't seem right. Thank you for your covers. No worries, bro. I covered for $0, and I'm glad that you could make money on it. I'm crushing it in gold right now. Well, for the day, not right now in this trade. This trade's semi-decent. Oh, the big man is in the back room.
Talking about Stowe?
He's dancing. He's dancing for us.
Dancing?
Yeah. He's doing the Fortnite dance. So, chat, to summarize, XY has started trading gold. I've started trading gold. Leo started trading gold. We now just need to peer pressure Stowe into trading gold.
He's back there shaking his head.
So we have to just stay on him.
I think he's actually not going to do it.
But if we like all peer pressure him, he might. But it has to be a joint
I don't
effort.
think so. Mm-mm.
No, like a chain is only as strong as its weakest link.
Yeah, Stowe is he's set. When he makes his mind up on something, there's no changing his mind. He's an ES only lover now.
Yeah, no, this is where he comes to the stream and he's like, I'm trading NQ today. And he's laughing, which tells me he is.
Highly doubt.
Okay, we'll see. He's going to cover his NQ shorts and load up an ES chart and be like, I'm long ES. So what was a boring day in indices has actually been a semi-decent day in gold, I would say. Would you agree?
I mean, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of said we wanted to see a reoffer off that low. We got the reoffer. It was a little bit too long up there, but we figured it out. And then now we just need to see it continue. And hopefully it does. If not, I scratch out for a couple of $100 on the runners. We left out Chris too. Does Chris trade? Well, I mean, I think Chris trades gold.
Does he really?
Yeah, I think I've seen him. I'm pretty sure he trades like most things. He trades like individual stocks as well. Chris trading boxes, are you there? They kicked off.
I think trading gold is actually going to really make me be a more patient trader.
Yeah, I agree, actually, because I can look at gold and NQ now, and then we just have to expand into oil. Come on, like
No.
YM, RTY.
I would trade RTY before I traded CL. I'm not against RTY. I'm not against expanding to RTY.
What are you against? CL.
CL. Sorry, Tracy.
Tracy's. I can see Tracy in the back room crying. I hope you're happy.
She's not crying. She's tough. She can handle it.
I can see her.
She has thick skin.
Man. Okay. Stowe's trading, yes. Oh.
Good
Hello,
morning.
buddy.
Good morning, brothers. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
You're good.
What are you
Good.
trading?
I'm just trading ES, and Leo's
see.
right. I ain't ever gonna
Boom.
touch gold.
What? You are. We just have to weigh you
Boom.
down.
Called it.
We just have to weigh you down. No, you're just so pessimistic. You just don't think you have it in you. We can wear him down to trade gold.
Leo knows me quite well. He knows how I respond to peer pressure, which is with equal and opposite pressure.
When all the boys are talking about gold, and
Stowe
you're like,
actually,
what about
Stowe does not respond to any peer pressure whatsoever. He does the opposite.
Oh, he like doubles down.
Like he's a grunge band, bands. He played in a grunge band. He ran a grunge band. Like these people do not conform. They don't give in to peer pressure. They just do whatever they want.
Yeah. I don't know if you picked up on that about me yet, Kane, but I'm a bit of an anarchist, just a smidge bit.
Oh, really? No.
A touch.
You might have to turn it up a notch.
Well, we've only really hung out at, company functions. So I was trying to get you to come to my show in Tampa, show you the other side.
Would I felt out of place?
No, of course not. Everybody's welcome. You would have been awesome.
Stowe, when are you going to put out one of your songs?
I might show people someday. I was talking to the dudes about that while I was because they were all like we stayed in an Airbnb that was like this giant box pretty much. And so when I was streaming, it was just me. and everyone else just standing around being hungover. So it was pretty funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, but just to watch them see what this all was, dude, it's so funny, hilarious.
That's funny.
Yeah, but they're like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe just keep it a secret forever.
If you don't put some music out, I'm gonna put some of your music out.
This is how Leo gets around the peer pressure thing, Kane. He'll just do the thing.
Oh, he just
Yeah.
he just forces you.
Yeah, he just goes ahead. He pulls the trigger for me.
That's why I like next time we get on Zoom, I'm just gonna load up a gold chart book and be like, here, look at these levels. This is how you get Stowe. You'd be like, hey, look at these V range levels on gold.
True.
And he'll be like, oh my God.
If we could find magic lines for gold, I might be able to get in, Kane. That's true. That's
We
true.
just need to delete his work. Remove his access to the NQ workbooks and the ES workbooks. Only give him ES.
He could pull the codes. That's
access. True. Yeah. I'm telling you, I've learned this the hard way. There's always
you're a terrible
way.
influence on my friend.
Yeah.
Everyone wants you to share your SoundCloud, brother.
Okay. Well, I'll make a SoundCloud and then share it, I guess.
As if you don't already have one.
Yeah. Nice try.
No, I have to put the full length on Spotify anyway. Tracy was telling me about that. She's like, why isn't this on Spotify? So yeah. Tracy was all surprised that I had actual records. I got to send her records too.
So I'm looking at your chart. It seems like you got long this morning, covered
I did.
all of it, in fact.
Yep.
And now you're back long.
No, short.
He covered his
short,
longs where you got out of your short.
Yeah,
No,
I was really only looking for this overnight high.
He shorted the high. He covered the high. I was like, wait, what? Is he super zoomed in or what?
Oh, whoops.
I'm just trolling you.
I'm always super zoomed in. Yeah, no, I was just looking for overnight high to run. I got that. And I kind of flubbed some of this execution down here, but it wasn't too bad. I scratched out. I don't know.
Well, you're not a trader if you made a mistake.
$800. That's good enough for a zero range day.
10-ish points.
It looks like it's trying to roll over. NQ, I've been watching NQ a lot today, even though I have not traded it. There was
nice try,
a ton
buddy.
of dudes really partying up there at like 290. A lot of big delta crap going on today. So yeah, just kind of trying to stay out of the way of those dudes. We got 4 gap ups in a row, so that's fun. We almost closed it, but I don't know. NQ's saying never mind again right now. So
How many times have we done that in history?
I don't know. I tried to get Jim to look it up for me yesterday, and that's when I found out Jim doesn't do homework. He just asks ChatGPT questions.
So ChatGPT is Jim's quant.
Mm-hmm. Afraid so.
That makes sense why he's so smart. I get it now.
Yeah.
That makes so much sense. So what's the plan? The plan right now is just to try and grab this potential rollover.
Yeah. And if it gets back above here, then I assume that we're just gonna build
volume
this range today. Yeah.
All right. Well, GC's about to make a new low, so
that's cool.
That's good. So whilst you're in that boring market in ES, we're over in the real new market.
Yep.
And
I like my boring market. That's what I like about it. It's nice and boring. If you notice, I was able to get 3 lots on within like a 1.5 over here. It was really nice.
Same. We got 3 lots on. We just sell 3
slow.
at the same level. Well, brother, I wish you the best of days.
Thanks,
Are you trading FOMC later?
Yes.
You for the panel.
They have me on. Yes, they have made the mistake of putting me on a panel again. So let's see.
Oh, don't say that.
No, it should be fun. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm going to trade from 145 to 245. So interesting little spot there.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Hope you crush it, and hope for everyone's sake that yes and NQ and GC roll over.
Thanks, man. Are you feeling better?
Yesterday was actually worse than Monday.
That sucks.
I got like the fever side of it, but I feel like I'm coming out of it now. I slept a metric ton last night. I went to bed early, got up pretty late, and then yeah, but the time zone is also the time zone shift, and also the clocks went back. So it's like right now my head's all over the place with like ES times and GMT times, BST
Oh,
times.
yeah. Yep.
But yeah, so I'm just trying to get out of this, and then yeah, but I am feeling slightly better, so I appreciate you, mate.
Good. Of course, man. I got sick too. My voice is just now coming back.
Yeah, I can hear you got
But
a bit of a croaky
8
voice.
airplanes in 2 weeks? Too much,
Yeah,
dude.
way too much,
Hey,
bro.
we got to
Yeah.
record a podcast episode tonight.
I
right?
know. I should sound great after talking for
Wait.
2 whole streams.
You told me that I was going to be on the next one.
You can be.
Yeah.
You want to come
stay
in?
up. You want to stay up late tonight?
Yeah, you only have to stay up until 2 o'clock in the morning. Is that cool? Wait, you rolled back. It's only 1 o'clock. We haven't rolled back yet.
I think my neighbor's calling me, guys. I gotta go.
All right, later, brother.
All right, appreciate you, boys.
See you guys.
Bye.
Good morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning. How is it going? Good morning. I'm going to click neutral sideways. I normally click the green button on this poll just to skew it to the bulls if I can. But I'm going to click neutral. NQ has 25 points to close this gap. Oh, okay. Yes, fair enough. Right in my face. This is not a high confidence short. I probably should have just taken it there. ES a lot more balanced. We didn't quite get to 32. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's probably close enough for that gap on NQ. Trying to put the two together at the moment, and they're not necessarily playing nice. Yeah, I'll flip over to NQ in a second. I don't know if I should put another lot on. So I got blue team here, kind of backing this up. NQ looks about the same. I don't want to flip to it yet because I want to stay in this short and pay attention to this delta. Yeah. I think I got my stop in a decent place. So from a price action point of view, tiny opening drive down, followed by, pretty clear trend. I was able to hop in here, take it off. This is sold down. And then this is pretty, I don't know, if you put a bear flag in a textbook, it's this. Broke down. And we're kind of grinding back up, testing these lows again. The hell time is it? At 10:07. But every time I've counted on NQ to sell off a little bit more, it hasn't. So that's kind of the only thing that I felt like could keep it down there. Yeah, if I get stopped out of this, we'll just be cruising into a neutral day, I think. Ooh, okay, guy. What I got in here? 38. We're gonna do 41.50. Let's stay on the other side of this node. If we get back below these guys, I'll throw another lot on. But I don't know if that's gonna happen. Haha, they might have tricked me. I'm gonna pull this guy down now. Nice. Come on. If NQ closes this gap, I think we get a nice little scalp here. It's very close. It needs about 25 points. I know 254 guy is partying. I agree. Refresh. Similar to 235 guy yesterday. Or that probably wasn't 235. Maybe that was 135, 035. There was some guy buying way too much. This range is pretty small. I don't know how much more I can ask out of this thing. They look like the NQ looks like it's trying to push down, so we'll hold on to this. We'll at least try to get back. We'll take one at the IB. I'm not going to be greedy. Just take a tiny. I'll take one at that delta there. If we get a chance. And I'll pull these down now. Tighten risk. Make sure this all maths out. You know what's interesting about my position tracker? I can't get it to accurately represent a short position for me. I don't know why that is, but like it doesn't think that I have short orders on. It must be programmed like me to not to not be short. And Q's getting closer. 15 more points. All right, we got one. That's a decent short. I'll take that. New low for NQ. No new low for ES. I mean, ES's low is great. There's nothing really you can... So they got the joke about me making fun of a poor low. This is a great low at the moment. It's got a nice taper on the volume profile. It's got a nice taper on the delta volume profile as well. So aside from NQ just needing 8 more points to fill its gap, I don't know how much more out of this I'm going to get. But we chill. We wait. How are you folks doing today? Everybody doing okay? Oh, thanks, Tex. I appreciate you, bud. Stone Temple Pilots. That's very good. Sav's on it today with the jokes. That's very good. All right, NQ. Let's see if I can find where NQ is here. All right, here we go. Haven't traded it, so it's looking good. This is a lot of sell that's been rewarded. The gap fill is at 230 something. 31.50. So not too much left in the tank here, but we'll hold. See if we can get it. This is kind of like it's currently trending down. It's making lower lows, but they're not putting in like a ton of volume down here. There's nobody's really auctioning anything. You can see I set this delta volume profile threshold to only highlight if it's above 100, just so I can see these edges like this. And if you look at both the edge of the actual volume profile and the delta volume profile, it's really balanced at the moment. It's it's got a lot of passive bid here, and then this is, and you can't see it because it's reset, but 300, I don't know, a bajillion lots got filled up there today. a bajillion lots at 290. You can see this little spike here. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we just come back in here. But this is, I mean, this is cool. It's not often I get to show a taper on the delta volume profile, but that's what this looks like right here. And that's also why I set that threshold to only highlight above 100. So this really pops out to me because I'm a visual learner, doomed to be a visual learner and someone that has to learn the hard way about everything. I mean, we got time, Sean. I don't think it has to happen right now. It's not like we don't have FOMC today. So there's plenty of opportunity to fill some gaps if the market wants to. Obviously, nobody knows what the market's going to do or what it's going to how it's going to react to whatever happens. But I bet they could go get it if they really wanted to. Nice, Cooper. You trading the Russell? Okay. Cooper doing his best Deli impression. Very impressed. All right, NQ closer. We might get it. It's nice when it fills, you know. It's nice when they get the nice push. It makes me happy. Hey, here's some okay. Yeah, so we're in an ES trade, but we'll watch NQ because that's kind of what we're waiting for here. And we'll watch her reaction here at 230. NQ's previous day high. At this point, it could go snap it, and ES would still maintain its good low. So if I was in the business of predictions, that's what I would be counting on, but I ain't. So, Aiden, you say I'm targeting that London low. I don't look at the London highs and lows the way you folks do. That's cool. That's cool that you guys look at that, but I do not. I just look at the total overnight high and low. And if one of them is breached, the chance that the other one is going to be breached gets significantly lower. And since both indices have run their overnight highs and they've run an initial balance, we're kind of done with the few, you know, dorky stats that I look at. So yeah, there's not much left to do here other than play for this NQ gap fill, which I'm doing with ES. And I keep, I mean, it doesn't want to go down there, but I don't know. I had to sit in a short for like most of my life yesterday, and it eventually worked. So who's that? Maybe this can work. Who knows? And we covered half, right? Yeah, we did. Okay, cool. So we're good. We're good. Yeah, Nick. Yes. Yes. Much defense above previous day high. They did not like getting run this morning either. This spot here was really annoying. And then when we came back down into it, that's when I started to get long because they were big mad here at 9:45. Going back alone. Hey, Doug. Doug says, hey, Stowe, apologies, newer to your style. When you talk about NQ gap, are you talking about the QQQ gap from 930 open or an actual gap on NQ futures? Yes. So I'm talking about a gap on NQ futures, and the gap that we primarily mention when it's either me, Leo, Nick, or XY, is we are talking about the previous day high, previous day being previous RTH trading session, right? So the high of yesterday's RTH session was 26 231.50, somewhere in there, like ish. And when we open above that the next day, this discounts Globex, by the way. So there's and Chris and I have had this conversation. Chris Trading Boxes, he looks at a different thing. Just for clarity, that's fine and cool. There's tons of ways to look at stuff in the market. That way works for him too. But the way that we look at it is a true gap is open the next RTH trading session over the previous day's high. Previous day being previous RTH trading session. Hope that helps. Hey, no problem. Happy to do it, Doug. That's what I'm here for, baby. I'm just here to answer questions and drink coffee. And I'm almost out of coffee. I got, if you get up too early, you get that cup in before you should have the cup in, Yeah, that's how I feel like that happened to me today. I mean, I woke up early in a good way. I was like, oh, nice. I'll start drinking coffee. But then now my coffee ratio is all broken. Well, I'm just drinking normal coffee. I like, what is it called? It's a Stumptown roaster one of those, just their medium roast. I have a fancy coffee machine that makes it makes like simulated pour over coffee without all the work. So that's cool. But that's what we drink. We just drink normal coffee. Yeah, that's it for Tintin. Holler Mountain's one of them. What the hell's the other one? Hairbender, I think. Maybe. Sandy, no, I don't trade CL. Crude oil does not like me very much. As as Leo and Kane and XY and Nick and everybody else have all talked about, they're all trading gold now. I have tried to trade gold. I have found it to be not as responsive to the things like the entire way that I trade. So for those reasons, I don't trade it. Because it does not like my version of VWAP stuff. When I was in the Arena Cup thing, I traded it, and I found that it was really clean for the higher time frame stuff. Maybe someday when I'm not a scalper, I'll just have like more high time frame biases, and I can operate like that. But it is not this day. Today we scalp. Yeah, it moves for sure. I mean, so does crude. Crude moves too. The problem is it's moved away from me instead of with me more. So it's like, I know it moves. Whenever somebody's trying to sell me on a new market, that's exactly what they say. They're like, oh, you should see the moves. It's like, yeah, I've seen the moves. I've been on the other side of the moves. Yeah, it's moved right in my face. That's the thing, Sandy. I don't know. I have a really good way of sizing in ES. I have an okay way of sizing in NQ. Like, I feel as controlled in my positioning as humanly possible in ES. That's why I like it. Pax made me look at that forever ago, and he was correct. So for those reasons, I've kind of just been chilling here, and it's been good for me. Because ultimately, I just need to make money to pay the bills. So I'm going to try to find the path of least resistance to make money and pay the bills. Yeah, move my P&L too. Straight down. And Knox says, Stowe, I think I have a pretty similar approach when it comes to overnights and IB, but what about range expansion when IB and overnight have been hit and low daily range like today? Yeah, so great question. I don't have a way, I don't have a good way to quantify this. But I have noticed anecdotally that the tighter the range is for the overnight, the less that, I mean, it's pretty obvious. The tighter the range is overnight, the more likely it is to hit both overnight high and low during the RTH session, right? That's just basic. That's just common sense stuff, kind of. I could look at, I've thought about it. I've just never done it. You guys could also do it if you want to. If you want a fun experiment to do, you could look at you could look at the overnight session ADR and determine that if you could put some conditions on it and be like, if overnight ADR is, if it's this far below the 10-day ADR look back, then it has this percentage chance of breaking the overnight high and overnight low. I don't know. Maybe that's something what's the thing? Edgeful. Maybe that's something you can plug in Edgeful. Who knows? Yeah, but any of these ideas, you just have them and do them and see what happens. But yeah, you're right. It moves around. It's not perfect. I'm checking the view up a little bit here. That's a bunch of bid that came in. What time is it? 11:20. Okay, so they're doing the close. We're getting back to the point of control. Back to 42. Life, the universe, and everything. They might be leaving this. Might be leaving that baby gap down there in NQ, which would be truly hilarious if that holds, and we can snag a fifth one tomorrow. I'm going to say a fifth gap up in a row has never happened. I don't know that, but I'm going to guess. Ridiculous. This market is ridiculous. You guys want to know a secret? I have all these signs around because I have to buy concert tickets at exactly noon today. They go on pre-sale. And so I have set myself an infinite number of reminders to do so. And I'm going to surprise my wife with them. Because even though we've been together forever, we still celebrate our dating anniversary, as lame as that may sound. Yeah, it would be cool if it was T Swift, but no, I ain't getting sucked into that. The girls can go do that by themselves. I'm not going to tell you who it is because I don't want to get scalped. You think I'm going to leak alpha into the chat like that? You're crazy. You're crazy. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, David, thank you. That's a really good point. I picked up on that when Kane was talking about that. That makes sense. They already rolled. Or fell backwards, whatever you call it. It's weird that they would do that on a Wednesday. Or maybe they did it Sunday. Oh, really? They always do a week before us. That's cool. I did not know that. That is cool. Man on the Moon. Yeah, it's possible you met me in Austin. I also know, I know that I have a lot of doppelgangers. I have been told that a ton. So it could be me or just somebody that looks like me. I've only been to Austin a couple times though, so chances are low that it was me, but never you can't rule it out. Our producer Austin just chimed in and said, "Come back," because Austin lives in Austin. I wonder what that would be like to just hear your name all day, every day, because it's the city that you live in. It'd be like if my name was Pittsburgh. I've never thought about that. That's really funny. I bet it is.
Annoying.
Hey Tracy, good morning. The cows are ripping. Every market but mine. But I assumed. Frinton, Alaska. That's funny. All right, making that push. Making that push for that gap. That view up touch was nice. Still very balanced though on NQ. ES has these two nodes that it's thinking about right now. NQ has been so bid all day though. Like it's just like yesterday. Every time it gets down here, it's just like, nope, never mind. I haven't seen anything as extreme as yesterday's low in NQ. Yesterday's low was very funny. It was funny. I was watching. It was really funny to watch XY see the exact same thing that I did as it happened. It was like, so we watch the DOM, right? So it's like bids and offers. And then we also have polling and stacking on there. So we can see, added positions. And that's how at certain ticks we can see things, we can see people refreshing, whether they're refreshing the bid or refreshing the offer. It just means like after, for example, if an offer is being refreshed, bids are going to cross the spread and hit the offer, and someone is just going to continue to give more offer there. And when you see that behavior following price down, that's aggressive offer. And that was happening yesterday as they were trying to go for the gap. And then on that last spike, it was like a vacuum cleaner plugged in and just sucked out every stacked offer. And it was just like, and all of a sudden the bid just had everywhere to go. It had nothing in its way anymore. It was really funny. Well, if we got another hour for them to grind this down, yeah, if they're still open and they want to sell down and get that gap, they got a chance. Maybe they'll make a poor low first. That would be great. Let's do that. Nah, Shawuti? No timeline yet. We mention it. We talk about it all the time, but there's a lot of moving parts in NinjaTrader world. So they're working on it. Almost got me, Nick. I mean, ES is a good low, but I'm just waiting for NQ to hit this. Come on, baby. Fill that gap. Fill that gap. If we all chant together, it'll go down and fill that gap. Looks like ES is trying to help too. getting wiggly. Okay, yeah, we don't have any more news. We didn't really wiggle too much on home sales. Okay. New low for NQ. It's working it. There's a lot of selling now. You see there's no taper down here anymore. ES kind of still stalled out right there, 35. It's so close. Come on, you turkeys. Did I make a Finding Nemo reference? I don't know, maybe. Not on purpose, but if you watch, I guess if you just watch every Disney movie 9,000 times for 6 years, you might just start speaking in Disney and you don't even know that you're doing it. Probably not, though. I mean, the kid was not a big Finding Nemo fan. Yeah, that was not on the hit list. Turn away. Chris says, Stowe, when you say gap, is that the FVG at 214 on NQ? No. I don't look at fair value gaps. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I look at some of them as far as like single prints go, but I don't really carry single prints over into the following day as a reference point. Other than if they held for an entire day, I just look back and I'm like, okay, well that was a bullish day, or that was a bearish day because it held single prints throughout the day. No, to answer your question, yesterday's the gap I'm referencing on NQ is its previous day high, which is at 231, give or take. Falco Camel says, I'm sorry to laugh. This just made me laugh. I'm laughing together. I'm laughing at a joke I'll get to in a second. Hi, Stowe. I use cumulative delta a lot, but lately it doesn't work at all anymore. I see nobody uses it at Order Flow Labs. Are your tools still doing fine? Been thinking about joining OFL for a while now. So lots to unpack in there. Number one, we don't think cumulative delta is a good thing to look at for any reason. Just because there's lots of things that can throw it off. And those things include, icebergs, there's if a bunch of like say if we're looking at cumulative delta on NQ, right? If somebody comes in and absorbs like, hey, oh wait, almost. That's close enough. That's probably close enough for horseshoes. If somebody comes in and absorbs like a bajillion lots here and price doesn't move at all, I know that this is considered like divergence, but we think that there's much more efficient ways to view delta. And that's why we look at delta at price. So we can actually narrow down where that activity is taking place and, find a more actionable way to get into it, as opposed to, well, this is diverging, et cetera. So cumulative delta probably works in different market environments depending on relative volume, lots of other stuff. So nice. We got that gap filled. Let's see what happens now. There's some stops back here too underneath. There's all this stuff too here at 225. I'm gonna be surprised to see those take a little trip. But yeah, our tools still work fine. But that's the thing about those tools is that they are just. So I caution everybody before they join Order Flow Labs because the tools are just tools. Like you need to know what you want them to do before you join Order Flow Labs, because like we all use different settings. They're just really good visual ways to represent order flow in a way that can be more actionable for visual people, for visual learners. So like these candles, these delta flips, these different things. This is just a way for me to not have to look at the time in sales. This is just a way for me to not have to look at a footprint chart. Those sorts of things. So if you have a strategy that uses cumulative delta, and that's fine, you can use anything. You don't have to use the stuff that I use. Just because I don't think it works doesn't mean it doesn't work. If you have a strategy that uses cumulative delta and all of a sudden your strategy stops working, what I would do in that scenario is I would try to research a little bit about what has changed between when this was working and when this isn't working. And you'll probably find something that you need to tweak inside of that strategy idea. Because no strategy works perfectly forever. The market changes all the time. The strategy that works in the spring probably won't work in the summer, probably won't work in the fall, probably won't work in December, you know? So you gotta tweak those things. But don't start the other important thing, don't start hopping around on strategies just because your stuff stopped working. That's not going to help you. That's just going to make your life way worse. So, I mean, so ES came down, checked its good low. As NQ filled its gap there, right at 230. We've kind of left this little, node here. Yeah, it's a baby. It's a tiny baby node. It's a little exhaustive node. So if that can hold, that can be a good low for NQ now. I'm still not buying either of these things at the moment, but all of this market behavior is still fine for a balanced day, if that's what's going on. Need ES to get back above this -1. Looks like it's going to try. And then who knows? It might take turns. It might take turns sharing point of control here, or they'll just work on this all day. Fill this thing up. Both could happen. Or it just keeps going lower, or we're going to trend down. I don't know. Visual earner. Sometimes, ski ball. Sometimes. That's the dream. But yeah, I hope that answer was helpful about cumulative delta. Just because I don't use it and everybody else at Order Flow Labs doesn't. Well, that's not true. Just me, Leo, and XY, and Nick, we don't really look at it. But that doesn't mean there isn't value there. But if there's value to you and that value has shifted, that's a time to do some data analysis about your strategy and see what part of the market has changed. How can you adapt your strategy to the new thing that's happening in the market, etc. Hey, no problem. And Q's still quite heavy here. Yeah, maybe this thing is rolling over. I mean, we got a ways to go if it wants to. Oops. Man, I wish my voice would come back. It's driving me. It's so close. It's so close to being back. But I'm still squeaking. Tom Dog says, Stowe, where'd you learn your strategies from? I made them up. I made them up, man. I learned from a lot of my friends. I learned from watching a lot of YouTube videos. I learned from making a lot of very stupid mistakes. Um, all that stuff. And I wouldn't say that I really have a strategy other than, I try to do what the market is doing. But the thing that I have probably created that I'm most proud of is just my rule set. It was more helpful for me. It made me a better trader to make reasons not to be in a trade than to trade. Because if you watch me trade, I trade a lot. I trade all the time. I'm usually in a trade because I'm watching order flow all the time, and I'm adapting to the market as it's shifting around. But yeah, just like a thing you can do is you can just look at a chart and just look for patterns. I think about the market as just a pattern recognition game. Nothing more. I don't put any stock into news, what makes up these indices, global economic events. I just look at this game as it's a game. It's a red and blue game, and it goes up and down. There's a lot of information in it, and I try to grab a couple points and get out of here. That's funny, Cooper. I remember having a call. I remember having a call like the Electronics Boutique strategy line for Tomb Raider. There was some impossible stuff in those first two Tomb Raiders. But you could get like the big magazine walkthroughs. Those were sick. But actually, my dad is so funny. My dad is a computer scientist. So we had the internet before like any kid. We had video games before any kid. I was very lucky to have that. Like we had computers before any kid. My dad hooked up 2 computers so we could play Quake death matches together. It was great. But his rule was you can't buy the walkthrough magazine until you beat the game yourself. And then you can go back through and have the magazine and get everything. But you have to beat it yourself first. And that was probably a good life lesson for me in a lot of ways. That's probably also why I do everything the hard way, unfortunately. I never thought about that. I'm going to bring that up to him. This is his fault. Yeah, Zelina, my dad's a legend in his own right. He's a proper autist too. Don't worry. His tism is just in different aspects of life. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this thing's doing. And we're grinding down into previous day high. They have filled everybody down there. This is starting to turn into a trend down. So we might have a context shift day. I mean, I'm glad I got that one off. Kind of got smacked on that. That's annoying. Okay. There we go. Ran those stops. There's a bunch of dudes coming in at 225. Oh, this isn't a good low anymore. Okay, better low on NQ now. We ran those stops on NQ like I thought would have been a little more productive. Maybe that's the last push it needed. Got an exhausted bubble, I think, over there. Let's look. Yeah. So we'll see. Need to get back above this, though. Now we're below previous day high. Yeah, so we need to fight this now. Yeah, it looks like they're trying. Hmm. I still kind of want a short ES though. It keeps. I mean, these pops are happening. It just keeps. I don't know. It's losing its wind. It's not. They're not aggressively crossing anymore. So these are like, they feel like relief. They don't feel like active buying. And by feel, I mean like that's a little better. By feel, I mean I'm watching people cross the spread in real time, and it's like sometimes I'll be like, you got to cross, and when I'm saying that, it's because buying ran out of juice and decided it didn't need to cross. So, but all right, if we get NQ back above these turkeys, we can put a view up here. Consider that a low. I mean, it's definitely hitting some bid now. But that's not the world's. I guess it's fine. I'm not going to be a critic about the low today. I'm just going to live and let be on the low. AIXP, I use session VWAP primarily. So 9:30 to 5. I let the closes go all the way to 5 p.m. Okay, NQ test previous day high again. Seems happy to hold. Bid seems happy to come in there. For now, it's definitely getting a little more wiggly. Yeah, I don't know. Czar Trader, I am never joining the gold crew. I'm good. I'm fine. I like what I'm up to. Yeah, I have no desire to trade another instrument at the moment. If I start getting into a place where ES isn't working for me, I'll start shopping. But I don't need to shop for something when I already got plenty. I got my hands full with NQ and ES. Vintage Trader will be back on at 1:45 today. And the FOMC minutes or not minutes, I'm sorry. The FOMC rate cut announcement, the federal funds rate announcement, I'm sorry. We don't know if they're going to cut yet, even though it's like 98% on the poly. That's at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll have some folks on to talk about the Fed stuff that are much smarter than me and are actually proper economists. Not people that LARP as economists, but really just press buttons. But I will also be there to press buttons. So yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, they're cutting. I didn't want to say, Tracy, I hesitate to say anything about anything that I don't know. You know that. I don't want somebody to be like, Stowe said something about a rate cut today. So NQ just it stopped this. This is good. This is just some good price action stuff. I'll probably leave you with this. This will be the last thing we can look at. So this is like 5:30 in the morning. Hey, this is the London low. Shoot, maybe I should start looking at London lows. That's cool. Hey, Jim.
Yo.
Yeah, we just had, this is exhaustive selling. This was just a point where a buyer stepped in previously, and we came down, ran those stops. We got a good taper on the volume profile and a good taper on the delta volume profile. And then we came back. Let me zoom in a little bit. Zip. So it bounced out of that, came back, retested the previous day high. So still buyer there. Gap's still good to go. And now we're moving up higher. So as long as we can get back inside the IB, we'll cruise back to, I don't know, probably up here where all this business was being done. And we'll wait for the big man. See what color tie he's wearing. I'm going with purple today, Jim. What do you think?
Dude, I think we may actually nominate you for the next FOMC chair, and we're going to go with the Pierogi and rock and roll platform.
That's good. That's a very good platform. I am very familiar with both those things.
Oh man!
Do you like guitars? Do you like potatoes and cheese? I got a platform for you.
Oh my god, it's going to be a prosperous. I don't know. Well, I think you're appointed for like 14 years or 24 years or a long time.
Man. That's awesome. I can retire. That's great. Their dress code, though. Do you think? I can lobby to be able to wear a Viore as a Fed chair? If I came out there in full Viore tracksuit, do you think anybody'd take me seriously? Or
I think you're the man at that point. It doesn't matter. You set the pace, my friend. Oh my goodness. But you are now. We're starting early again this afternoon.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm liking this or not, but I'm going to go with it.
Nope,
we're starting at 145.
Okay.
And we're gonna do a little bit of analysis or a lot of bit of analysis on this FOMC meeting, on QT, all sorts of stuff, and it's going to be with. Listen to this lineup:
Okay.
Shy, necessary component; Craig Shapiro, necessary component; me, and then most importantly, Stowe. 145, and we're going to go through
tertiary importance, maybe.
No. We're going to go through the thing, and then your job is to kind of analyze the candles and tell us if there's a trade.
Okay. Well, I will do my best.
But you could say you could do whatever analysis you want. We're open-minded here at NinjaTrader Live.
It's true. It's true.
Look at that! I'm getting a hell yeah from Cooper in the chat. Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. I'm excited.
Yeah, and then we'll just roll right into the trade the close. So it'll be a lot. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Sweet. Sounds good,
All
brother.
right.
Well, I'll see you chat in a bit. I'll see you in a bit too, Jim.
All right. We'll do an edge report right now, and let's hit that thumbs up for Stowe. And I know Kane tried to steal all the likes, but there's more love in the world than that, and we can get there. So thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. I did want to point out the Russell. I did a real quick edge alert. It kind of raised my eyebrow a little bit. The mighty Russell 2000 stock index futures right now. It was the same story for a long period of time, but then we had that initial balance breakout right after the initial balance closed, and we had a healthy green candle. We didn't quite get to Jax 1, 25.25, and I thought, well, maybe we're going to kind of pull back down to the point of control because the point of control is pretty prominent, right? It's kind of a nice point of control, and I still had my radar screen, 25.16 spot 4. But then what happened? 30 minutes later, boom, another blast above Jax 2, 25.30, and then another 30-minute candle. It's green. I'm like, okay, this thing is breaking out. This has a mind of its own. It is on the move to the upside. And I thought, all right, what's the potential here? So pretend this was an ordinary day. I mean, it's an ordinary day, but it's got some special moving parts to it. We have that 0 DTE call resistance. We have call resistance at 25.50, and that Mentor Q one-day max. So I decided, well, what's the ATR here? It's 46.1, and I kind of lined up my ruler to the bottom wick here, and then I brought it up to, hey, where is 46.1, give or take? And guess what? It's right at that one-day max. So when I think about the potential of a range on any given day, and I know after 2 o'clock, and especially after 2:30, everything can go haywire, but I want to see what that potential is just from an ATR point of view, and that's where we're at, that one-day max right there. So we got some room on the upside here for the Russell should this continue. Now, previous session ties were up against that. That's going to be an important level to get through 25.37 spot 5. We'll see if we make it there or not, and then call it the 0 DTE action. But there's some potential. On the downside, I'm thinking, we have a lot of these, I don't know, the boys, I think, call them single prints, I guess. I don't know. but prices above value up until this next volume node, which starts at JX2. Not a lot of deals there, right? Not a lot of trades there. So I'm going back to this point, the original point of control, which is now south of the VWAP. It was the VWAP forever. It's, regular Gaussian distribution day. And so now when I'm thinking about any kind of pullback or any kind of, caustic volatility, that's also going to be on my radar screen for a possible target. And that's a 25.14 spot 4 again. So we'll keep an eye on that market as we go. Let's shoot over real quickly to Dr. Copper here, and then we're going to call it a morning. Dr. Copper is on the move again. And let's see, where's my mouse at? Before we get to that, let's just take a look at a daily really quickly here. You could say we're punching up now. We're punching up new, more highs. Uh-oh. Something just, did you hear that doorbell? I'm playing around with these Mentor Q alerts, and I'm not sure where they go, but I could hear them. In any event, nice support. Moving averages are back, sloping up really nicely here. We'll have a high close, or a recent high close right here. If we closed here today, making new highs in Dr. Copper. So that's kind of a happy market right now. And what do we have from a potential point of view? We have that call resistance at 5.30. That's within reach, and the bands are moving up. And when I talk about the bands, I'm talking about that VWAP first and second standard deviation band. So we want to keep an eye on the slope of those things and figure out if there's another doorbell. If we're going up or not. We're sitting right at that one-day max, call resistance 0 DTE, gamma wall 0 DTE, a lot of activity at 5.250. Similar story though, point of control is below VWAP, and it's a little bit further south here as well. But I like this volume node that we kind of started generating up here at 5.27. So is this going to be marching to its own drummer? There'll be some relationships to what the FOMC has to say, but this market is in a bullish disposition. That is this morning's Edge Report. And we are going to take a quick lunch break. We are going to get ready for this afternoon. Remember, 1:45 East Coast time. Start me, Shy, Craig, Stowe. And then that's going to roll right into Trading the Close later today. And Trading the Close, who is with me on Trading the Close? I'll tell you in a minute. That will be Nick and XYZ coming in, if I have the right date up on my cheat sheet, which I think I do. All right, everybody, thank you for being here with us. Appreciate everybody being part of the NinjaTrader community. It is awesome. I'm pumped up every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. See you this afternoon.